Okay, Bailey should hear it. Yeah, it's not gonna be me. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the stands at this time, if you would, if you're down by the rail standing, please find a seat so those behind you can see. Again, if you're down rail side standing, please find a seat so the other folks can see. We appreciate your courtesy in this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, our judge is going to dismiss these exhibitors from the show ring. If we could, let's give them off a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to introduce our show judge for the 2014 Junior Barrow Show. In the arena, evaluating our swine and working with the youth for the next 2 days is Mr. Jason Hirschfield. Jason is from Benedict, Nebraska, and comes from a farming-based family. He's dedicated his life to youth and loves to see them prosper from his teachings. His most valuable lesson is teaching the difference between animal welfare and animal rights. He thrives to see the spark and interest in youth when they truly appreciate livestock. Hirschfield enjoys coaching his livestock judging team at York FFA, and his team was recently crowned reserve champion team in the swine division at the National FFA contest. Mr. Hirschfield currently lives in York, Nebraska with his wife Jennifer, and they have 3 children, Bryn, Reese, and Kendall. If you guys ringside would, let's give a nice Rodeo Austin welcome to Mr. Jason Hirschfield. Test, test.
Well, if you weren't awake coming to the show this morning, I guarantee you you're bright and awake and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. We got a cool, brisk morning, and definitely I want to give these kids and pigs a chance to cooperate and warm up and truly show themselves off the best they can out here in the ring. As we walk through the day, I'm going to kind of use a system like what we just went through. I'm going to pin 2, 3, 4 hogs if they hit me really hard, then work bottom to the top, bring them back out and reevaluate them. I want to make sure every kid gets a chance to be seen at least twice by me and truly evaluate the pigs and try to figure out the most correct way to go ahead and place them. My priorities lie on skeletal correctness first and foremost. Every one of these pigs have enough muscle. We got to find the one that's the most correct, the most fluid, and then let's pound the most muscle we can by keeping that pig fresh and correct and big ribbed and big bodied. And I think we have 2 hogs that do that pretty well in this drive. Our class winner is the soundest of the top 2, 3 hogs in the drive. Here's the longest striding hog. Here's the most flexible of his hind leg, and yet he's extremely fresh from his blade back. You also have a rib cage laid in the hog that's big and bold and deep. Truly a powerful hog, and yet fluid and great, extremely attractive, and really balanced on the side. Is he the stoutest bone barrel in the top 3? No. That award goes to the barrel in second. Here's a barrel that's big ribbed and monster boned, extremely stout featured. As you evaluate his feet and legs, this is the shortest striding of the top 3. A barrel that I need to make a little more fluid and longer striding, but in terms of power and bone and rib, you have to truly appreciate a beast that falls in second. The young girl coming out in third is another fresh appearing barrel, one that has plenty enough muscle, maybe not quite as deep, maybe not quite as attractive as our class winner. A barrel that I read a little bit straighter from its blade down to its front knee. We got to give him a little more flex and natural curvature up front. But here's a tall fronted barrel, really good in terms of its look, design, really fresh. I thought deserved to fall in that top 3. The next barrel coming out is one that's really good for the young man on the side. I love the profile. I love the extension from its blade forward, one that you appreciate how big bladed and stout bone this hog is. As we truly get behind this hog and right in front, from the knee ground, the hock down, I got to square him up ever so slightly. But a barrel that's good in his design, good in his look, I think the young man does a great job showing his pig. Another stout barrel comes out next. Here's the largest framed of the top 5 or 6. One, you appreciate his length and his proportions. We simply got to level him out his top line. He gets the highest in his top from his blade to his hip. Maybe he's lengthened his hip out ever so slightly. But again, in terms of bone and width, I think a really nice barrel. The rest of the barrels can all come out. Here's a set of barrels that you like in terms of muscle, you like in terms of body and overall depth and rib. We simply got to square them up at the ground or give them a notch fresher look down their top to compete with the top 5 or 6. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. Good morning.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hirschfield. With that concludes class number 1 Durox, and class number 2 Durox, we need you at the show ring. Class 2 Durox, we need you at the show ring. Here are your results from class number 1 Durox. In 10th place from the Wall FFA, Marty Wisen. In 9th from Shallow-Water FFA, Savannah Potter. In 8th from Hall County 4-H, Nate Solomon. In 7th from Friendship FFA, Brant Donathan. In 6th from Giddings FFA, Amanda Berger. In 5th from Banquetti FFA, Cooper Wildman. In 4th from Gillespie County 4-H, Clay Rohde. In 3rd from Canyon Lake FFA, Kayla Wunderlich. In 2nd from the Pflugerville FFA, Carrie Turner. And your class champion from Class 1 Durox from the McNeil FFA, Sohaila Zandy. Congratulations to all of our winners in class number 1. Next up is class number 2. In this class, we have 21 entries with weights ranging from 244 to 258 pounds. All right, one final result from Class 1 Durocs. New this year to Rodeo Austin is our Certified Texas Bred Registry winners. From Class 1 Durocs, your exhibitor of the Texas Bred Barrow is Clay Rohde of Gillespie County 4-H. He'll receive a $100 award and a cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of this pig was Wayne Rohde and Sons of Fredericksburg. The breeder will receive a Certified Texas Bred cap sponsored by National Pork Board. Any breeder of a hog today may pick up those caps at the Texas Pork Producers Association table near the show ring.
And you might just remind them, this is the first time that we've done Texas bred here. So if they
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss this group from the arena. Let's give them another nice round of applause. Couple of quick announcements. First off, if you have family or friends at home that would like to watch today's show, it can be seen at rodeoaustin.com. You can also see it up on the screen on the south side of the arena. Also, just another quick announcement. Again, this is the first year Austin has been a part of the Certified Texas Bred Registry. So if you have a Certified Texas Bred Barrow and you still need a certificate, you can still get David's attention down here in the show ring from ringside, and we'll try to help you out with those best we can.
flexibility and total ease of skeleton in terms of its movements, what separates 1 and 2. And I think we land on the combination barrel that not only combines the traits and in terms of look, design, length, height at the point of shoulder, and muscle as we see throughout the entire class. We also have the wide skeleton hog that is extremely fluid in his movement and definitely excels the class in terms of his angulation from his blade to the ground, from his pin set through his hock to the ground, maintains great width all the way through. I think we land on a really nice class winner. In terms of a profile is what allows the young lady's barrel to fall into second. Here's a barrel that matches the symmetry in terms of its lines, its look from the side, its profile is our class winner. As you study length of stride and truly comfortability from its hip and hind leg, it's not as good as our class winner. Here's a barrel that wants to pinch ever so slightly in its ham loin. Doesn't take quite as fluid and ease of stride, like I said, out of the hind leg. Maybe he's pushing the limits of being as wide as he possibly can be, where his hock placement is. But yet he's still very acceptable in that area. A barrel that I love his length, the height at the point of his shoulder, and how he ties his loin to the top of his blade. I think another nice barrel to fall in second. The young man coming out in third is kind of the intriguing barrel in the class and the one you have to figure out where does he fit. Here is the heaviest structured, stoutest featured barrel in the drive. He's wide chested, he's big ribbed, he's got a fresh top laid into him, he's sound and he's fluid all the way through. So you're asking, why does he land third? To me, I like to elevate this barrel at the point of his shoulder. I like to give him a notch more extension through the front end. And to me, his head, neck, and his stoutness of feature doesn't make him look quite as fresh as the barrels in 1 and 2. But believe me, here's one that's so unique in terms of his bone, his stoutness. I think the young man did a great job bringing a really good barrel. He just got beat by 2 that are a little bit longer and bigger in their pattern and extremely elevated all the way through their skeletons. The barrel coming out in fourth is one that maybe matches that profile of 1 and 2 closer than the barrel in third. But as you study this barrel from his hock to the ground and from his knee to his ground, we got to make him wider. He wants to track narrower than he is at the top of his skeleton. We got to true him up and make him a notch more comfortable. And again, at the top 4, he's the shortest striding barrel in that top 4 barrels. But again, a smooth pattern, good-looking barrel, really fresh, big-topped, and big-ribbed. The young lady's barrel is one that we start to kind of break up the pattern in terms of that really great profile, if you will. A barrel that's a little bit lower at the point of his shoulder. His chine starting to poke up just ever so slightly. But you talk about a level-hipped barrel that's fresh-topped and has enough muscle and truly takes a long stride. I think the young lady does really well. The rest of the barrels can all come out. Again, barrels that are good in certain areas, maybe just truly don't combine all the elements into a complete package. Here's a barrel that's big rib, big top. We got to blow him apart where he hits the ground. The young lady's barrel right here, in terms of top and hip leg, tremendous. We got to correct his front end structure as well. And that's kind of the story throughout the rest of these barrels. Let's congratulate these kids for doing a great job.
All right, congratulations to all of our Class 2 Duroc competitors. With that, Class 3 Durocs, we do need you at the show ring at this time. Kaylee, you good? All right, Class 3, they tell me, is in the back. And with that, here are results for Class number 2. In 10th place from the Elgin FFA, Ashton Cresta. In 9th from Lamesa FFA, Taylor Culp. In 8th from the Willis FFA, Emily Strozier. In 7th from the Wall FFA, Tate Schwartz. In 6th from the Florence FFA, Mackenzie Lincoln. In 5 from the Hondo FFA, Amber Van Dam. In 4th from the Idalou FFA, Cameron Johnson. In 3rd from the Ira FFA, Colby Hafer. In 2nd from Hamilton County 4-H, Reagan Wagner. And your class champion in Class number 2 Durocs from the Pflugerville FFA, Ethan Ruclo. Congratulations to all of our Class 2 winners. With that, we are now evaluating Class number 3. Class number 3 will feature 20 entries. Weights range from 259 to 273. Also from Class number 2 Durocs, our Texas Bred Registry winner is Reagan Wagner of the Hamilton County 4-H. This was a barrel bred by Wayne Rodeo and Sons of Fredericksburg, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, again at this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena. Let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation for being outstanding 4-H and FFA members, and wish them the best of luck at next year's show or on down the road. Well, Mr. Hirschfield evaluates Class 3 Durocs. We would like to recognize some of this year's show sponsors. That list includes Ram Rodeo. Since 1981, Ram Truck has been the official vehicle of professional rodeo. More than 600 rodeos are sponsored annually by Ram. Thank you for your contributions. HEB. Here's Everything is Better. Thank you, HEB. Muller Livestock Show presented by Muller Incorporated, manufacturer of steel buildings and metal roofing. The Grass Patch, Old McDonald's Barn presented by The Grass Patch. Texas State Technical College. Be sure to check out the live webcast feed of the Livestock Show on RodeoAustin.com, brought to you by Texas State Technical College. Also, special thanks to the West Texas A&M University for their support of the Junior Market Barrow Show, along with the Swine Committee of the Star of Texas Barrow Show for all their efforts in getting this show set up and running from the unloading to today and even throughout the year. So congratulations and thank you to all those groups as well. Again, thank you to all those sponsors who make this possible for these young people, outstanding 4-H and FFA members.
I think we have a great class, and the top 4 or 5 I think are extremely close and do do a lot of really great things in what they put together in a complete package here. The one we start with is simply the one that just all fits together. Here's the biggest top, the heaviest muscled barrel, the levelest design barrel that's ultra pulled apart and so heavy structured and stout featured, and he never gives you a bad look. I think we land on a really good one to lead the class off. The question comes, what follows him? Between 2 and 3, we bring them both out. We have some differences in their kind, but yet both extremely good individuals. The barrel here is the most pulled apart through his chest, and yet still maintains enough squareness from his chest through his knee to the ground, and yet he offers a ton of muscle from his blade back. At times, the young lady gets driving him fast, and I question, is he sound enough to beat the extremely sound structured barrel in third? And to me, the muscle advantage and the true width of skeleton is enough, as that follows my class winner more closely in terms of the muscle and power. He is sound enough for me. I love his bone. I love his stoutness. I love his width. We just got to make sure that barrel doesn't get going too fast. But a barrel, you have to appreciate his levelness of kind, his stoutness of feature, and his true width of skeleton. The barrel right here is one that you love the length and extension. As we talk about barrels need to be a notch longer and bigger in their kind. Here's a barrel that does that so very well. You talk about angulation from his blade to his knee to his ground. You talk about flexibility of hip and hind leg. Here's a really, really good barrel. And in my mind, I question, do we need to put him in second because he does these so very well? As we truly study this hog in comparison to the one in second, I need to see him a notch wider underneath. And more importantly, I got to see more muscle and power comparative to 1 and 2, as muscle obviously is our number one priority in a market class. But in terms of skeleton, he is so good. If 1 and 2 were not sound enough, this one here we can move into first and justify because the skeleton is laid in so very well. The barrel coming out fourth is one from a profile. He matches the kind of 1, 2, and 3. You love his height at the point of his shoulder. You like his extension out front, and another dart level barrel. From the side, he gives great flexibility. But as he plants his feet, you can see from his knee down, from his hock down, he's not as truly wide and square in his build at the ground, or the ground doesn't match the top half of his skeleton in comparison to 1, 2, and 3. The next barrel coming out, kind of the same story. Great design, great looking, great profiling. We run out of stoutness of feature. Here's the lightest, frailest bone to those top 5. He's the one that offers the least amount of skull and jaw, if you will. One that doesn't have the true hard muscle and power that we've seen, but a great flexible individual that's good in his look and as good in his design. The rest of the hogs all extremely good too. We got some tall fronted, long bodied barrels that have enough muscle. We just got to match the width at the bottom half of their skeleton with what we see on top. A really nice class. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
All right, that concludes class number 3, Durox. Here are your top 10 winners. In 10th place from the Wall FFA, Tanner Gerngross. In 9th from Ennis FFA, Landon Emmert. In 8th from Salado FFA, James Robeson. In 7th from Lamesa FFA, Kelly Culp. In 6th from Glasscock County 4-H, Reed Seidenberger. In 5th from the Wiley FFA, Mason Bickerstaff. In 4th place from the Wall FFA, Tate Jones. In 3rd from Glasscock County 4-H, Brooklyn Batla. In 2nd from Sweetwater FFA, Latimer Burnett. In 1st place from the Stanton FFA, Madeline Baker, your class champion. All right. Your Texas bred winner for class number 3 is Miss Madeline Baker from the Stanton FFA, Barrow raised by Wintex Farms of Lubbock, Texas. Again, these kids will receive $100 in a cap, along with the breeder will receive a cap as well, sponsored by the National Pork Board. Again, if you have family or friends back home wanting to watch the show, they can do so at rodeoaustin.com. You can also see the feed up on the screen as well. ask Stanley if you see him. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss this group of competitors from the show ring. If y'all would, let's give them another nice round of applause. Show them our appreciation and wish them the best of luck at the next show.
I think a class that landed with several hogs that were definitely acceptable to make the ring and the cut. We definitely went deeper in terms of numbers, but really a set of hogs that didn't separate themselves into 2 or 3, like here are or I shouldn't say like 5 or 6 that are definitely the top end. We had a lot of quality all the way through, and definitely we had gives and takes across the sort, and it definitely was a challenge because we have, again, a lot of good ones. You just have to set your priorities and go. The barrel I start with is not the cleanest through his jowl, I'll be the first to admit, but here's the combination barrel. He's a stout, structured, heavy bone barrel. He is the truest and squarest in his skeleton of any in the drive. He has as much top shape out of his hip, or his top. He's as level and square out of his hip, and he is one of the soundest built barrels in the drive. I think he truly is the combination barrel and deserves to go in the one hole. The barrel in second's one that is more attractive and cleaner through that head and jowl, one that you love the height of his shoulder and his strength and his top line from behind, a barrel that's deep in his side and definitely fresh in his appearance. A barrel that if I'm going to be critical to let him get first, I need to see him to be a notch stouter featured. He definitely gives up some bone and foot compared to our class winner, and I don't see that true shape of muscle right in the middle of his back, but a barrel that's fresh and sound and definitely deserves to fall in that second place hole. A barrel that gets a little bit piecier comes out of third. And I say that and that sounds negative, but what I want to say is the pieces he has is extremely, extremely good. From a hip and hind leg standpoint, and from a substance of bone, this barrel is extremely, extremely good. His only fault is he wants to break right behind his blade ever so slightly. He's not quite as wide from his knee to the ground. Outside of those 2 holes, here's a long striding barrel that's heavy boned, and he's as good in terms of his hip and hind leg as any red hog we've seen. Therefore, I left him in the third place hole. The barrel coming out next definitely challenged that third place barrel, as here's one that's better behind his blade. He's also square through his knee. Again, a stout bone type of barrel. I love this barrel in the drive because he's up-headed and he's level top. To me, he wants to get a little more narrow from at the ground. I don't see the depth and shape to his rib. I don't see the depth to his flank, and just that added body and dimensions why I left him in fourth. But that was a really close decision between 3 and 4. The next barrel is one that kind of faulted its way up into the 5th place hole, if you will, as being a long-bodied barrel that's long-fronted. He's extremely good in terms of his levelness, and really his flexibility and soundness is what allowed him to move up above the other barrels. As you truly get into this guy's skeleton, we've got to make him a nickel wider. We've got to give him a notch more muscle down his top line, but soundness and functionality is what allowed him to move up above the barrels placed below him. The rest of the barrels coming out definitely have enough muscle. They have enough look. They have enough extension. We got barrels that we simply got to make wider. We got to correct them and truly square them up at the ground to match the top half of their skeleton, but a really nice class of Duroc barrels. Let's congratulate these kids for a job well done.
All right, next up, we have completed Class 4 Durocs. Next to the arena will be a selection of our champion Duroc. Real quickly, while they stage those, here are the results from Class number 4. In 10th place from the Bullard FFA was Colton Roberts. 9th from Trent FFA, Sarah Copeland. In 8th from Haskell FFA, Wyatt Carmichael. In 7th from Gillespie County 4-H, Mackenzie Spizik. In 6th from Cedar Park FFA, Bryn Van Cleric. In 5th from Ropes FFA, Paige Thrash. In 4th from Stanford FFA, Danielle Huffaker. In 3rd from Fredericksburg FFA, Mason DeLong. In 2nd from Poth FFA, Cameron LaBus. And in 1st, your class champion from the Rockwell FFA, Riley Merritt.
supposed to be with our cheat sheets with them on,
get the
or-
mic ready.
But you might want to re-verify with us.
All right, we're now ready for selection of our champion Duroc Barrow for 2014. Coming out of Class 1, representing the McNeil FFA, is Sohaila Zandy. Got some fans in the crowd. Next up, from Class 2 Durocs, representing Pflugerville FFA, Ethan Ruclo. Out of Class 3 in the Stanton FFA, Madeline Baker. And coming out next from Class 4 in the Rockwall FFA, Riley Merritt. Those are your 4 class champions. On standby, we have our second place winners from Class 1, Carrie Turner from Pflugerville FFA. Class 2, Reagan Wagner from Hamilton County 4-H. Class 3, Latimer Burnett from Sweetwater FFA. And Class 4, Cameron LaBush from Poth FFA. Real quickly, while Mr. Hirschfield evaluates those swine, our Texas Bred Registry winner from class number 4 Durocs is Mackenzie Spizik from Fredericksburg FFA. This barrow was raised by Wayne Rohde and Sons from Fredericksburg, Texas.
Well, let's put our hands together and congratulate all the kids who exhibited in the Duroc ring. Really a nice set of pigs, and truly what's more important is we have a great set of kids. We've had kids showing really hard, and they've had smiles and showing personality, and that's all you can ask for. As we study these hogs and you hear me talk throughout the day, maybe I need to clarify myself ever so slightly. Our family owns a boar stud, and so many times we go out and we purchase extremes. What that means is maybe we go buy a boar that's so heavy boned and we bring him back and we promote him and we're real excited about what he's going to do, or maybe we go buy a boar that's just the biggest ribbed hog you've ever seen, or maybe we buy a hog that's so heavy muscled. And the reason why we buy extremes in the boar stud side is because we maybe have sows or customers who have sows that have a sow that's not heavy enough bone. So you breed the extreme bone boar to the very frail sow to get offspring that have more adequate bone, if you will. Or if you have a light muscled, you breed to the heavy muscled sow. So many times when you hear these boar studs or different people promoting or talking about a boar for an extreme area, it gets all of us excited to say, man, we got to jump out and we got to buy baby pigs this year that are the heaviest bone pigs we can see because that boar just brought $360,000. Or we have to say, man, that boar that just brought $180,000 because of his extreme muscle, I got to buy pigs with extreme muscle. Or that judge bought that hog, so he only wants bone. The one thing we have to step back and think about is balance and structure are things that are not extreme. They're correctness. We want to take a correct animal and we want to breed it sometimes to extremes to make them even better. But the animal that's truly square made and really flexible or sound enough and designed are never going to be extremes. But they're what win the show because they're the animals that are square coming at you from their blade to their knee to the ground. They're a square leaving you from the pin bone through their hock to the ground. And yet on the side, they're flexible enough and they look like all those pieces fit. If we took an animal that was just single traded, they wouldn't necessarily blend or fit together quite as well. But they might be a breeding piece, and that's why so many people buy the extremes. As we study the hogs out here, we can start seeing some basics in terms of squareness of design. We can see flexibility. We can see profile and balance. And the one that's going to win is the one that's the squarest made, that has enough flexibility, but starts to push the limits with a little bit more bone, a little bit more stoutness, but yet isn't taking away from those basics that we have to have in terms of being a complete skeleton. Our champion Duroc Barrow is the one right here. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Madeline Baker from the Stanton FFA, the exhibitor of your 2014 champion Duroc Barrow. Coming out next, out of Class 3, our second place winner, Latimer Burnett from the Sweetwater FFA.
I think it gets really close out here for reserve. We have a Class 1 winner that's as impeccable in terms of skeleton as any of the four on the drive. Extremely fluid and correct and square in his makeup. Great in his extensions and look. Maybe a little more immature about his bone, but that's because he's a 230-pound barrow. That's going to come. We have another barrel right here with a young man that's as big-topped and big-hipped as any in the drive, extremely pulled apart. Is he as fluid out of his hip and hind leg coming to the final drive as he was in class? But no, it's cold. Hogs are going to get tight. I borrowed someone's cap because my bald head's getting cold too. And so it's one of those things where I expect that to happen somewhat, but that's a square-made, good-featured type barrel that has a tremendous amount of muscle. The Class 4 barrel, like we talked, he's bigger in his kind, he's got great shape, and in class, he was the one that truly combined the stoutness, the squareness, and the flexibility with the most muscle. And we have the second class that again, that class was so very deep with 6 or 7 hogs that we had to truly make decisions on. Here's another one that pushes the limits in terms of width, but yet handles it well enough in terms of flexibility and feet and legs. I think this barrel is so good in terms of his bone and his feet and his toes and offers enough shape and freshness. I think he's the second best. That's a reserve Duroc. Congratulations.
All right, your reserve champion Duroc Barrow from the Sweetwater FFA, Latimer Burnett. Congratulations to all of our Duroc winners and showmen today. Next up will be class number 5 Dark OPBs. Also, just for anyone that would like photos, we do have our photographers back there next to the catch alley. If you'd like that, just kind of take your hog over to that side. And all firsts and seconds are required to get those photos done. So be sure you do that and please get that taken care of. And in the show ring at this time, we have class number 5, dark OPBs. These barrows weigh from 240 to 249 pounds. This will be the first of 4 dark OPB classes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss the group from the arena again. Let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation for all they do.
I think this is an extremely challenging class from top to bottom. In fact, they give me 10 tickets. Had they give me 13, I would have thrown them up and let the kids grab, and whatever you grabbed was your placing, because really you could justify several different lineups. And in fact, if we brought these hogs back out, I think we could resort multiple hogs and put them in different spots and truly justify where they land. The reason why these two are in the ring for me is to me, these two combine the most of the best. Let's talk about them and then we'll award the chips. The spot barrel here is, of the two, is the widest chested coming. He's the widest leaving me. When you get on top of him, he has the most shape and muscle and width down his top, and he definitely has a deeper ham laid in him. When you get on the side, though, a barrel that's not as heavy boned, he's not as stout featured. I don't think the spot barrel just truly balances up quite as nice as that Berkshire barrel does, but a barrel that you cannot take away the fact his toes point forward. He takes a long stride on both ends. He has tremendous shape and extremely fresh in his appearance. He has the advantage of being taller fronted, longer necked, bigger topped, and wider coming and going. The Berkshire barrel, though, that's a breed that's maybe not supposed to be as wide as through their chest floor. Some breeds, a breed that's maybe not supposed to be as extreme in terms of shape and muscle, but they're supposed to be wide, thick, stout, durable hogs. Here's a Berkshire barrel that's so stout boned, so fluid and sound in the movement. This hog never gives you a bad look. He's as tall at the point of his shoulder he is at the top of his hip. A barrel that definitely has enough muscle. I love the rib. If we truly could blow him apart just a nickel through his chest, I think it'd make an easier decision, because here's one that has the bone and stoutness, and there's one that has a little more width and dimension and muscle all the way through. So again, it's very, very close. To me, the most fault-free animal in terms of skeleton is the Berkshire. We're going to land first place with the young man's Berk, followed by a very different and very competitive young man with a spot barrel. Let's give both those kids a big round of applause for doing a great job. As you come out in third and fourth, again, here's some more questions to ask yourself. Of the hogs, I felt like these hogs had a lot of shape and width and truly had that dimension of muscle down their top and through their hip. Barrels that if we could truly have them plant a notch square at the ground, we could run with the top two, because here's some stout, durable hogs, again, with muscle and good design and pattern, just not quite as square at the second half or the bottom half of their skeleton in comparison to 1 and 2. The young lady's Berkshire in fourth is one that's the heaviest boned animal in this entire drive. You have to appreciate how much bone this barrel brings to the ring. You have to appreciate his stoutness of feature, and again, he has a lot of muscle working through him. What we have to do is correct him from his hock to the ground. We've got to square him up and make him more comfortable on the go. But a barrel, you have to appreciate his length, his proportions, and his overall stoutness. The young man's Poland-looking barrows is one that's as free and comfortable in a skeleton as any in the drive. You appreciate the height of this barrel. You appreciate the angulation from his blade to the ground and from the hip through his hock to the ground. A barrel you like, again, his skeleton, but you also have to make his skeleton a notch stouter and more durable in comparison to those in this drive. We just got a stoutness feature, maybe give him a shot more rib and body, but again, a nice barrel. All the hogs coming out, as you're going to watch these hogs come out, here's a set of barrels with good shape and good muscle. They give a good look from the side. Sometimes how long they can withstand the drive is what lets them place above some others, but really a nice set of pigs. Let's give all these kids a big round as they go back to their pen.
All right, that concludes Class 5 Darko PBs. Here are the results for that class. In 10th place from Bernie FFA, Kylie McIntosh. In 9th from Lubbock Cooper FFA, Tatum Farmer. In 8th from Avoca FFA, Tyler Moore. In 7th from Haskell FFA, Sam Fouts. In 6th from Nazareth FFA, Ty Schulte. In 5th from Mitchell County 4-H, Brenley Strain. In 4th from Liberty Hill FFA, Cole Ondrazik. In 3rd from Fredericksburg FFA, Eric Konecki. In 2nd from the Stanton FFA, Blake Snellgrove. And your class champion out of your Class 5, your first class of the Darko PBs from Hale County 4-H, Rowdy Huffaker. From Class 5, your Texas bred winner from the Stanton FFA, Blake Snellgrave. hog bred by Doug Schaefer of Garden City. I've got more in the van.
I'll give these to Hefner. I need one for his son, too. When you get it.
Let's send a kid out there.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I can do something.
Sailing. They'll be ready at 12:30.
My goodness, boy, they're all grabbing them, aren't they?
11:30
They'll
probably.
be ready about 12:30.
11:29.
So if we break after about before the hands.
We'll probably end up going through the wire. That class only took like.
Is there 2 or 3 of these?
There's only,
There's 4 of these and 2 of the wires.
But they're small.
And they're only
there's
13.
only 13 on the white, so.
We're late.
Yeah.
They'll be fine in there.
About this long.
So you want me to go ahead and make that announcement?
When are we looking at breaking?
She's the head honcho.
After white?
After white.
After white?
Before hands.
At least give them, because they've been asking already.
Yeah.
I know.
So, all right. We'll take
We'll
it.
judge the completion of the white OPV.
Bailey, will you make a special announcement? The lunch break for the swine show will be after conclusion of the white OPVs.
Use all we do.
Attention swine exhibitors, we will be taking a lunch break after the conclusion of the white OPVs. A lunch break after the conclusion of the white OPVs.
And hospitality.
An hour or
can
30?
help. Huh?
It would be an hour or 30. They were doing 30s, but the other ones were so long.
That's it.
I guess we'll see what
It's
time
really
we finish.
hard to get people fed in 30,
Yeah, it's.
but
Well, no, they were doing it because the guy was so slow. We were out here for 12
Yes.
hours for goats.
Yes.
oh really?
Yeah,
Yes.
12 hours.
I would do at least a 45 minute.
45 minutes usually gets.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it
about
just depends on how quick the serving line goes.
Well, by the time
But
we
there's,
get through
there's
here.
35 of us, I think, something like that. So,
In San Antonio, like we tried for 30, but
yeah.
Because we don't
guess
want
we'll
to
see.
them start announcing and we're still eating like they.
Right,
but we
like
did-
last time?
Like last time.
Yeah.
12 hours for goats.
Yes. Oh, it was
Oh,
bad.
I'll make sure that stays real handy and safe, like home with me.
One over, one lamb. One
Would you miss it?
goats, one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just bought this land
Is that your new one?
yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, you did just buy a new one.
They were having all these. What was set up out in here, back in here.
Sorry, we get knocked off?
Yeah.
Did we knock it off?
No, I didn't.
Just to put animals.
Longhorns for open show for Saturday. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, great, we can do that for Longhorns. Get that first.
But I don't know how many are going to show up.
Deer's coming in the same time we were loading.
I really want
The
to.
Houston show Saturday.
This showing,
Oh, is it?
not getting here all night.
Is that when they're doing here? I didn't pay attention to the schedule this year.
I think they're showing in Houston on Saturday.
What?
The Longhorns. So they're due to check in here
Friday.
Friday.
Friday with the heifers. But it starts at noon. I don't know what it is, Houston.
I'm going to ask. 'cause
I go
know
one
there's
schedule
like-
at a time on my phone because I get them on. Monday I'll download the next schedule.
I thought we had managed to juggle it where we didn't
Yeah, me too.
double anything.
Junior
There's
heifers
no-
arrive from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then Longhorns arrive 12 p.m. to 5 p.m.
There's no way we're going to get Longhorns and heifers in there. There's 1,400 heifers in there.
I was like,
I don't know.
Do you know how many people I've heard say that they're bringing a lot of the cattle type here just because we're paying better prices than anywhere else is? Because they're sitting on the trucks for better prices. I've heard that like 3 or 4
Really?
times. That our prices are so much better that if you got one you just want to call out, that this is the show bringers you. Because we pay more than anybody else pays. There was somebody in the bathroom just
Oh, really?
when I came in to go right where this started, they were talking about the bathroom.
Do we pay better than everybody?
It's pretty good this.
Our market price is better.
Which I don't know how they know that because it's not published.
Yeah, I know. I don't either.
I guess when they got here and saw it, I don't know.
you can put Longhorns on truck.
Maybe
they
maybe
don't
we have
know-
a history of
Steers
paying more.
They don't know this.
Yeah, maybe it's a history of us paying more. You know.
Oh, come back.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Hi, I was going to come introduce myself. I'm Ron McWilliams from RFD. I think Spencer came over and introduced himself earlier, but
Okay.
I want to do the same. I'm Ron.
I'm Shirley Pruitt.
Hi, Shirley. How are you?
Ritesh, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Ron. Nice to meet you. Y'all all going to be here? I'm Ron.
Yes, Diane Hagan. That's what
Hi, Cheyenne. Nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm just Nicole. I'm just hanging out.
Hey, Nicole. Thanks,
Just Nicole.
thanks for hanging out. Hey, man, I'm Ron.
Hi, James. I'm with
Nice.
the show photo.
Nice to meet you.
Uh-oh.
You're with Katina?
Katina.
Yeah, we love Katina. She's awesome.
She is
We
awesome.
see her all
Thank you.
So, all right, I'm gonna go do a little bit more pizza.
Sneaky.
We got in. Hurry.
You're just gonna.
Hurry. Go do sweet job?
Yes.
She was hanging. What's the judge's name?
I don't know. Hang on.
Got an awesome rodeo on Saturday.
I know it. Huh?
Got an awesome rodeo on Saturday.
You know what? Jason Herschel. Yeah, he's from Nebraska. Okay. It was so miserable cold. Oh my
Getting
God.
home was a pain. Took me 45 minutes to get there, 5 hours to get home.
Yeah. Saturday was absolutely beautiful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dismiss this group from the arena once again. So let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation and give them the encouragement they deserve.
Again, another class with lots of sort and a lot of different kinds and types and pieces and packages to go through. And the top two barrels, in my mind, sort to the top relatively easily, because here's two extremely well-balanced hogs that have width and dimension and truly nice design, nice profiling hogs. Extremely level, tall fronted, tall at the point of their hip. And yet, on the top two, I think cleanness of joints and just skeletal correctness. Let's just start with the young lady's barrel here. At first, I questioned this hog, is it athletic enough? Can it get out and move? And I asked the young lady to start speeding him up ever so slightly. And on the move, you have to appreciate the angles. From the top of the blade through its knee to the ground, his angles read perfect on his front leg. And from behind, his angulation through his hock and his reach and his stride, extremely, extremely good. I think he holds advantages over the barrel in second in terms of being smoother and leveler of that ham loin. I definitely read him truer and cleaner through his joints. A barrel that's true, square, and a skeleton, I like extremely, extremely well. The barrel in second's one that definitely grabs your attention. This is simply the wide, extremely busted open barrel in the drive, extremely stout boned, and a barrel that you love his shape and his width and just that natural spread that he contains. A barrel that as I study his joints and his feet and legs, his angulation looks great from the side, but when you get behind him, his hocks read coarser. They just look a little puffier, if you will. I don't read him being quite as tall at the point of his shoulder, not quite as square as he tracks from behind, but that's being critical on a barrel that is big and heavy muscled and stout structured. I think two really nice barrels to go 1 and 2. The young man coming out in third is a barrel from a distance. You don't appreciate this guy as much as when you get right on top of him, because from a distance he looks a little bit higher in his top line. I'll be the first to admit that. You get on this barrel, he has a fresh top, he's got a great shape and squareness from his blade back, a big old hip, and more importantly, look how he functions out of his hip and hind leg in comparative to some below him. A barrel that we got to make leveler, maybe a notch even wider through his chest in comparison to 1 and 2, but that's a barrel that offers a lot of really good things and a very sound functional hind leg. The barrel coming out fourth is one in terms of muscle and width. Another really interesting barrel. Get on top of him. That's a big old fresh top, a big old square hip. Where he falls is from his knee down and his hock down. We got to bust him open and make him square at the ground. If we do that, we can align our top four, because this barrel's top half of his skeleton, extremely, extremely impressive. We just got to get that bottom half to match the top. The barrel coming out next, from a hip and hind leg standpoint, you cannot make one any leveler through the ham loin. You cannot make one any square from the pin set. You cannot make one take a longer stride than what this barrel does. In fact, the young lady, when I pinned her, I almost think she was relieved, because she was starting to breathe heavy from chasing him around. And that's because this barrel's hip and hind leg is extremely, extremely functional, and that's very impressive. What we have to do is make this barrel a notch taller at the point of his shoulder. And even, I hate to say this, but he might be a half a rib too long, and that takes away from his overall balance. If we could just compact him ever so slightly, here's a barrel again that can move up higher in the class. The rest of the barrels coming out, we got a lot of great pieces, a lot of great individuals, maybe just not the ones that combine the most positives in the complete package. But again, great set of kids. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Good in the back.
I haven't heard them call. I didn't hear that. I've not heard them call it out.
All right, that concludes class number 6. Class number 7, we need you at the show ring at this time. Results from class 6 are second in the dark OPB division. In 10th place from Gillespie County 4-H, James Jinsky. In 9th from New Deal FFA, Hagen Booth. In 8th from Stanton FFA, Miranda Harden. In 7th from Florence FFA, Michaela Lorwald. In 6th from Gillespie County 4-H, Gideon Cruz. In 5th from Uvalde County 4-H, Peyton Harkins. In 4th from Smithville FFA, Cade Goertz. In 3rd from Stephenville FFA, Sriracho Miramontes. Sriracho. In 2nd from Bowie Austin FFA, Megan Steffick. And your class champion from Class 6 Dark OPBs from Terry County 4-H, Cassidy Cooper. Your Texas bred winner from class number 6 Black OPBs from the Bowie Austin FFA was Megan Steffick. Barrow bred by Ryan Coulterman of Lavernia FFA. We need a leader from Medina County to come to the loadout area. If we could get the leader from Medina County in Austin today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to dismiss the exhibitors from the ring. Let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation once again.
be on white sexes.
Okay. And again, in the arena at this time is Class 7 Dark OPBs. This will be our final class within this division. Needing to correct my announcement earlier. So there's 3 classes of Dark OPBs, and this is our final one in the show ring. And again, if you missed it earlier, our lunch break will happen after conclusion of white OPBs. So we'll break between white OPBs and Hampshires for our lunch break today.
Another really nice pair to go 1-2. And in fact, when you look at them at the side, I think it is so extremely close because actually the barrel in second, I prefer blade forward. I think it's a barrel that reads a notch trimmer and truer through his jowl. But as you study these hogs and you watch them equally from the side in terms of bone, the one that wins the class is truly the one that's square in its build, and square especially when it tracks away. The young lady's barrel over here is going to win our class with the one that is so functional and square and true in his hip and hind leg. You truly have to appreciate his basic build. Not only is he the stout, wide barrel, he is the widest going away of the top two and definitely reads truer. If we could clean him up a nickel in his jowl, I don't think there's even a decision that you could compare him. He's definitely the superior one in the class. So, in a long-winded answer, here's a barrel that's really good in terms of his feet and legs, really square in his build, and definitely holds the advantage of being the square, true made one in the drive. The barrel in second, like I said, I love the profile from the side as he's a nickel cleaner through his jowl, which translates to being a notch trimmer down his top line. A barrel, though, when you get right behind him, he wants to hinge up in his ham loin ever so slightly. He's not as long through his hip, and more importantly, where his back legs hit the surface, he needs to be a notch wider to match his pin set. But that is two high-quality spot barrels to go 1 and 2. The young man in third is driving the shapeliest and squarest top barrel of this drive. Extreme shape and a groove down the top line. A barrel you like, his length and his look and the height at the point of his shoulder. We just got to stouten up his feature. He's the frailest bone. He's also not as wide at the ground or just as durable in his look as 1 and 2, but a barrel that's really long and takes a nice long fluid stride. The young lady's Berkshire barrel is one that is a little bit deceiving. It wants to come up ever so slightly in the middle portion of its back. You get on top of this barrel, he has a lot of lean muscle working down his top line. To me, he's one that could reach as far back with his hock as any and truly was flexible on the go. A barrel, if we could level out and stouten up his feature ever so slightly, we could justify moving him up a couple. The young man spot barrel coming out next. Here's one I love his basic pattern and basic build. He's moderate, he's big-bodied, he's big-ribbed, he's got natural spread and width and tremendous bone. As we compare those four in front of him, I need to read a notch more shape and expression and muscle in his top line. I like to free him up of his condition ever so slightly, but a barrel you have to appreciate the basic build, the boldness and natural spread his skeleton brings. The next three Berkshires can all kind of come out. Here's barrels that have lots of muscle and really good in terms of their basic build. Here's a young man that I said his Berkshire looks like an old Berkshire head put on a new Berkshire style body. A lot of muscle, a lot of width. These two barrels, we need to make it just a little bit more, give a little more width and natural spread to their rib. And that story kind of continues. We got some really flexible, really good built barrels. We just need more natural spread and width all the way through. Let's reward these kids with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschfield. That concludes Class 7 Dark OPBs. Next up will be selection of our champion in this division. Real quickly, results from Class 7. In 10th place from Smithville FFA, Samantha Goertz. In 9th from McLennan County 4-H, Courtney Gardner. In 8th from Madison County 4-H, Hannah Hawkins. In 7th from Madison County 4-H, Gracie Hawkins. In 6th from Woden FFA, Ty Wilson. In 5th from Howard County 4-H, Sam King. In 4th from Nazareth FFA, Chandler Schulte. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H, Cutter Metter. In 2nd from Mason County 4-H, Aspen Martin. And your class champion from Baylor County 4-H, Kelsey Kennebrew. While we finalize our staging, our class champion from class number 7, Aspen Martin from Mason County 4-H, barrel raised by Rory Delm of New Braunfels FFA, or excuse me, of New Braunfels, Texas. Popa. I think Rory's been in FFA in a while. All right, this is the selection of our champion Dark OPB for 2014. Coming out of class number 5, Mr. Rowdy Huffaker from the Hale County 4-H. Next out from class number 6 from the Terry County 4-H, Cassidy Cooper. And out of our final class of dark OPBs from class number 7, Kelsey Kennebrew representing the Baylor County 4-H. On standby, we have our second place winners, which include Blake Snellgrove from Stanton FFA, Megan Steffick from the Bowie Austin FFA, and Aspen Martin from Mason County 4-H. Again, next up will be our 2 light OPB classes, and after that division, we will have our lunch break.
Let's put our hands together, congratulate everybody participating so far in this division. You're fine. When you evaluate these pigs, I think you got to be extremely impressed with the quality that each 3 class is or how they're represented out here in the final drive. We have a class 1 that a Berkshire Barrow won, and look how heavy structured this Barrow is. He has not quit walking since he came in the gate and still takes a nice, easy, fluid stride across the ring. And in doing so, he doesn't break down his top line. He's fluid, and that's because the angles read true in his skeleton. He's a heavy structured, stout featured Barrow that's impeccable in terms of his feet and legs and truly gets out and commands your attention as he's extremely well balanced out here as well. The Class 2 Barrow's one that when this young lady gets him on the go, you have to truly appreciate the trueness and squareness of this pig skeleton. He's wide-chested, and he has the same width at the ground, and that's paralleled in his back half. A barrel that's good in terms of his top line, and when his head's up, you can't make one any leveler from the top of their blade to where their tail set is. A barrel that takes a long reach from behind. I think he's really nice, and right there's the look that's of $1 million. And our Class 3 Barrow's one that is truly just a stout, featured, heavy, durable type of hog, one that you got to be truly impressed with the squareness and the width. He's as true and wide on every part of his skeleton, from the top of his blade through his knee to where his toes split. And that's paralleled with his pin set to his hock and how his hind leg tracks. Here's really the wide, robust barrel that's square in his kind and yet truly powerful in terms of his build and muscle. I think it's close because we have 3 very unique individuals out here. The one that just combines the other 2 hogs to me is our Class 3 champion. That's your champion, Dark OPB. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kelsey Kennebrew of the Baylor County 4-H, your 2014 champion Dark OPB Barrow. Coming out is our second place winner from class number 7 from the Mason County 4-H, Aspen Martin.
The second place animal comes out, and another barrel that you appreciate his look, his design, his stoutness of bone and overall feature, and yet he's a big-bodied hog with lots of natural spread on the top of his skeleton. I think another barrel that enters this race, and we have a three-person race that truly, honestly comes down to personal preference, because all three of these are deserving to be considered and truly in recognition of this honor. You know, we talked about that barrel. If we could just make him a nickel wider from behind, he could contend to win that class where our champion came from. And you come out here and that's paralleled as you study the other two. We have a Berkshire hog that we said if he could just be a nickel wider underneath, that could be equally as powerful as one of the coolest Berkshire barrels I've seen for a while, because he is so heavy boned and fluid. And we have another barrel that maybe could be a nickel heavier structure to be extremely perfect, but he's so square and true in his skeleton and so level in his appearance. To me, it's hard to make him truly square all the way through their skeleton, and that's where you hold the advantage, and you're going to be the reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cassidy Cooper from Terry County 4-H, your reserve champion, Dark OPB for 2014. That concludes our Dark OPB division. With that, they say we have all of Class 8, our Light OPB contestants to the arena. There will be 2 classes in our Light OPB division. And again, at the conclusion of the Light OPBs, we will take our lunch break between those and our Hampshire. So there will be a short lunch break between the Lights and the Hampshire division.
I think the top two are extremely close and extremely good, and where their differences are, they're different for each other. Where one holds a disadvantage, the other one holds the advantage. So it gets kind of difficult in the final decision. To me, the one we start with is truly the squarest mate in his skeleton. He comes square. He's more elevated at the point of his shoulder. He reads with more extension from his blade forward. He's a bigger outline, later maturing hog. And yet when he leaves you, he is square and truer from his hock to the ground. A barrel that has great muscle, fresh top. You know, if anything, maybe he could be even a nickel bigger body, but he's definitely adequate in that area. And that's where the second place barrel holds a huge advantage. This is a naturally widespread hog, tremendous blade or spread between his blade, a huge top blade into him, a big old square hip. He's not quite as quick, or he's not quicker in read in his maturity. He's not quite as elongated or elevated at his shoulder or through his neck. But a barrel, you have to appreciate the power that he brings. The young lady's barrel in third is one that I read as being later in its maturity pattern, one that's leaner in its design and look. At the start, he definitely was as flexible as any as the drive continued. He got a little stiffer and sore up front, but a barrel that's long and elevated, and I just felt offered a good look and profile in comparison to what was in this drive. The barrel in fourth is one that is actually maybe as good as any in the drive in terms of bone and width and levelness and squareness, and truly has the right look about him. He obviously is wanting to hurt his back leg, and that's starting to affect his movement out here. But steady bone and squareness and trueness of skeleton, that's one that's made extremely well. Unfortunately, he has an injury, and it's getting worse as the drive continues. The next two coming out are very close, and maybe I was a little bit harder on these two than what I should have been. Maybe they should have worked up into that third and fourth place hole, because here's two hogs that have a lot of body and rib. To me, I thought the relation to fat and muscle wasn't quite as good as the two in front of us. I read him having a little bit more cover, not quite as much muscle shape and expression, but barrels that are good and functional, and I probably should have moved them up a couple places, but truly two nice barrels. The rest of them coming out are ones we just strictly got to redesign their total profile and layout. To me, we got to make them taller fronted, maybe a notch sounder or more correct in their angles as you read their angles, but a nice set of hogs, a great set of kids, and I think we got some new lifelong friends from that class experience. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause.
All right, that concludes class number 8. Results from this class: in 10th place from Elgin FFA, Patricia Fernandez. In 9th from Shallowwater FFA, Truett Pierce. In 8th from Travis County 4-H, Bryce Baca. In 7th from Stony Point FFA, Zechariah Hyman. In 6th from Dimmitt FFA, Hannah Simpson. In 5th from Hondo FFA, Reagan Lee. In 4th from Westbrook FFA, Brianna Leathers. In 3rd from Spring Branch FFA, Katie Edgley. In 2nd from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Cooper Silko. And your class champion out of class number 8, White OPBs from Salado FFA, Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor from Salado FFA was also our Certified Texas Bred Registry winner. This barrel was raised by Patrick Spinn of Holland, Texas. Again, this is the first year that Certified Texas Bred has been part of Rodeo Austin and the Star of Texas Junior Barrow Show. So we'd like to thank Texas Pork Producers for their help and assistance with all of that, and the awards and the cash incentives that go to the exhibitors for that program.
Tell them to go ahead and eat.
Good afternoon, poultry exhibitors. We're about ready to start the 2014 Rodeo Austin Poultry Show. We welcome everybody here. We're going to start the show with our turkey toms. We need the following pin numbers to please report to the show arena. If you come through the alleyway right here, you'll come back, I guess, to the west of where you're stalled at, where your pins are at. There's an alley, and you'll be able to go straight into the show ring. We're looking for coop number 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 85, 86, 87, 89, 90, 91, 93, 95, 96, 97, 100, 102, 104, 105. Okay, we're gonna try to go off another PA system. Hold on one second.
I think a really nice class of Chester Whites, and these top two or three, I think, fit a pattern that resembles each other really close, and I think they're three high-quality individuals. The one that we're going to let win is one that combines the most look and still maintains a high degree of flexibility out of his hip and hind leg, but where he overpowers the Barrow second is he offers a lot more shape and freshness down that top line. In particular, the back half of his loin, he's a lot fuller and fresher in that area. He ties up higher in his ham loin, and more importantly, he's a stouter bone. He opens up with a bigger rib, and I think a barrel that's extremely, extremely nice. Where the Barrow second holds the advantage is he is more correct from his angulation, from his blade through his knee and that front end. He's one that maybe even comes at you a nickel wider, or maybe not even wider, but truer and square at the ground. A barrel that you love his look and his appearance from the side. He too has a high degree of flexibility of his hip and hind leg. I just saw this barrel washing out in the back half of his top, maybe not quite as big and bold through that rib and flank as our class winner, but another great profiling barrel that's attractive and flexible on the side. And in this breed, or the Chester White breed, or white OPBs, hind leg and flexibility definitely is a big key to the success of these animals. Two really nice animals to go 1-2. The barrel in third is one that resembles that same pattern. A long extended, a long fronted, tall fronted, long extended front end, a barrel that's dart level out of his hip, one that can flex all day long on the move, but he simply doesn't have quite the power and width of the top two. I read this barrel as being flatter through that forerib. I read it being tighter through that flank. But again, design, look, and presence in the ring, extremely, extremely good. The next young man's barrel is one that gives up a little bit look through that front end. This one reads plainer through that head and neck, but this barrel has a high degree of flexibility. You get on top of him, and he surprises you with how much natural width and spread he has over his top. A barrel, if we could just clean him up a little bit in his lower 1/3, extend him out of his front end ever so slightly, he could move up in this class and contend even higher than the 4th place hold. The 5th place barrel is one that just looks past his prime. Here's one that's showing a little more age through that chine bone. He's washed out in his top line ever so slightly, but a barrel that you have to appreciate his width through his pins. He's a wide-centered hog, a big ribbed hog, one that just maybe would have been better to come to show 2 weeks prior. The next barrels can all come out. You can actually let them all out. Barrels that are good in their look. We had a few structural issues. Some we need to make wider, some we need to make level, and some we just truly had to get them out and flex a notch better. A nice class to evaluate. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
All right, congratulations to all of our Class 9 exhibitors. Real quickly, while we clear out the arena results from that class, in 10th place from the Graham FFA, Krista Williams. In 9th from Ropes FFA, Ryan Terry. In 8th from Comal County 4-H, Ella Womack. In 7th from Klondike FFA, Cameron Riddle. In 6th from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Rebecca Perry. In 5th from Hall County 4-H, Clint Newbro. In 4th from Haskell County 4-H, Riley Sloan. In 3rd from Hale County 4-H, Sterling Skinner. In 2nd from the Bullard FFA, Hannah Lloyd. And your class champion from the Lexington FFA, Clay Betcher.
Y'all should bring a heater over for these nice people right here. That would be awesome. There's one.
All right, now coming out for selection of our champion white OPB. From class number 8, our first class in the division is Mason Taylor from Salado FFA. And from class number 9, Clay Betcher from the Lexington FFA. On standby, we have Cooper Silko from Canyon New Braunfels. And out of class 9, Hannah Lloyd from Bullard FFA. Real quickly, our Texas breadwinner from class number 9, white OPBs, was Clay Betcher from Levington FFA. Pig raised by Jason Lackey of Aspermont.
I think it's extremely close, and all four of these bring some exceptional things to the ring. And before I make my final comments, let's recognize all the kids that showed this division with a round of applause. As we study our Class 1 winner, here's a really fresh-made barrel that has a big top laid into him. He's big-ribbed, he's opened up, and he's square. A barrel that might be ever so slightly forward in his blade, but that's being critical on a barrel that's opened up and flexible and offers a lot of muscle and freshness and overall product. The second barrel in that drive was one we have to appreciate for his natural spread and width, one that's tremendously big-topped and big-hipped. Maybe we could elevate him a little bit, maybe make him a notch later in his maturity, and possibly extend out and clean up his head neck ever so slightly, but another powerful type-made barrel. Our second class winner is one that's elevated and tall and sound and functional and wide and yet has a big top plate in him as well. One that got to a heavier weight and was able to maintain leanness in this breed and still has a big top plate in him. The barrel, the young lady's barrel that went second, was one that matched that profile and look and design extremely close. One that maybe was even more correct in that angulation from the blade to the ground. Wasn't quite as powerful down his top line as our class winner, but here's one that's dart level and extremely flexible as well. So it's close because we have 3 or 4 barrels that you truly could justify and put into the place and name them your champion reserve, and it comes down to personal preferences. For me, we raise Chesters and Spots and Berks and Hamps and Durocs and Yorks and crossbreds, and the hardest thing for me to do is to make Chester Whites stay sound and get big. And for that reason alone, we're going to tie our champion reserve in our Class 2 first and second. So let's give the young man here congratulations for champion, followed by the second class as reserve. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations goes to Clay Betcher of Lexington FFA, your champion white OPB. And your reserve honors go to Hannah Lloyd of the Bullard FFA. Congratulations to all of our Chester exhibitors this year, or white OPB exhibitors, excuse me. With that, we are now taking our lunch break for the swine show. We will start back at approximately 2 o'clock or shortly before. So Hampshire exhibitors, be on standby, but we are taking our lunch break and we'll start back at approximately 2 o'clock.
Is your class complete? Do you know?
I think we're waiting on some. I don't know where Jason is. I think we're waiting on a couple birds. Here comes Jason. That's what he said.
She's over that way. Once again, we'd like to welcome everybody to the 2014 Rodeo Austin Poultry Show. We are starting with the turkey toms right now. Okay. We're just kind of running.
you ready for this? I was going to make an announcement about something else first.
Okay, let me ask. It's on. Can you start calling their numbers or no? All right, first of all, I'd like to thank Rodeo Austin for having me out to judge the show today. I would like to also thank all the exhibitors in the ring. They did a great job, so let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. What I'm looking for today in the turkey toms, I want a lot of meat, a wide breast, and I want to keep it carried all the way to the back of the kill. When you look at the birds, you want to look at a rectangle box picture on those birds. The 3 birds that I have out in the middle of the ring will go on to compete with the next class. However, the ones on the outside of the ring will be dismissed. But good job, everyone. Y'all did a great job, so congratulations.
Huh?
What do we want to do with
They're
those
just going to
two?
stick them off to the side somewhere. While we have a minute here, everybody, too, I just wanted to mention Texas A&M puts on a market poultry workshop every year. So those of you who are maybe new to this show experience, or even those who have done it a lot and maybe looking for some new tips to get to the next level, we have flyers back here at the Aggie table set back here. So if you're interested, the flyers are back there. You can come get some information on that workshop. It's on May 31st this year. Look forward to seeing anybody who wants to come to that. The final callback for the turkeys is also posted out there on the wall if you're wondering if basically it's all the rest of the toms. So get your birds. We'll try this again. We have a market poultry workshop at A&M every year. It's on May 31st this year. If anybody here is interested in, maybe they're new to showing birds and want to get some extra information, or if you've been doing it for years and maybe looking for an extra tip to get to the next level, to win grand champion or something like that, people who come to the workshop usually do much better the next year. We do things like teach you about nutrition, housing, a whole bunch of different stuff. We have flyers back at the Aggie table, back behind us here where they were selling T-shirts. If you're interested to have the information on there for registering for that. And also, if all the rest of the turkey toms are basically in the last callback, the list is posted on the wall. We're going to be posting the callbacks on the wall as well. So basically all the rest of the turkey toms, get ready to come in here now. Thanks.
Attention exhibitors, if you need a CTBR replacement form, now would be a good time to come and get one. This afternoon, the Texas Pork Producers Association will be recognizing the highest placing CTBR barrel in each class. The exhibitor will receive a $100 award plus a cap. Breeders of these barrows will also receive a CTBR Breeders Class Champion cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. If you're in the barn right now and you have a Texas bred hog and you need a certified Texas bred certificate, you need to come get a replacement. It'd be a good time to come do it now. Just come in the back of the show ring, come to the table. Now, when you get these certificates, or if you already have one in your hand, make sure that it is completed and that it is legible.
All right, if our swine committee members and WT students would start taking your places, please. Any swine committee members or WT students, please start taking your places. We'll try to have a first call here very soon. All right, if all of our show officials or swine show people would make your back to your stations, please do so. All of our swine committee folks and WT students, please get back to your stations and we'll get started ASAP.
Once again, let's give all the exhibitors a big round of applause. They did an excellent job. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking for a wide breast and to carry it all the way to the back of the kill. And your grand champion bird is this young lady right over here. If you want to, I'm going to ask them to hold their birds up one more time because I know they're tired. Y'all can all see the width of this bird and how it carries it all to the back of the kill. There's hardly any taper when you get back over here, and so on down the line on the second place reserve champion bird. Second place. Still really wide, has a little bit more taper when you compare it to the first place bird, and the same trends continue on down the line. It stops right over here. The birds on the back of the fence are not in any particular order. So congratulations.
Please do not move in line. Stay where you're at in line right now. We're going to go through. We're going to verify wingband numbers and award your placings. Congratulations to y'all. Those of you that are on the outside of the ring at this time that are not in this line, if you'd like to exit out toward the truck, you're more than welcome to. The top 12, our 3rd through 12th, we are going to take a picture immediately after the show over at the backdrop, okay? So please stay in line. Don't move. We have some record keeping to do, and congratulations to y'all.
I think my education out here at TSTC will allow me to have a tangible difference on our environment. Instead of being someone with a picket sign going around talking about what the companies are doing wrong, I wanted to actually do something about it.
I want to be the one to build it. I want to be the one to be sitting at the tracks watching my product go down the strip. These are my tools. I mean, it's what an automotive engineer is.
I think my education out here at TSTC.
Okay, I'm gonna start announcing the hen show. Mallory, you ready for hen? Okay, this is the first call for the turkey hens, please. First call on turkey hens. You can refer to the posting that's located on the bulletin board, but the first call for turkey hens, if you'd please come to the arena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena. If you would, let's start them back with a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation and wish them the best of the luck down the road.
Good answer. Good answer.
Nothing beats when Jesse was in there. He was talking about the people sitting in the stand. He was telling the story about the people sitting in the stand. You know, the lady I just saw was 72 guys. All right. 23 and 228. Everybody.
Good.
228 is here, and 23 is on the.
What are you? 72?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we judge our first class of Hampshires this afternoon, we'd like to recognize our judge again today, Mr. Jason Hirschfield from Benedict, Nebraska. Mr. Hirschfield's been in the swine business, farming business, and youth business for a number of years. One of his most valued lessons to teach students is the difference between animal welfare and animal rights. He loves to thrive the spark and interest, to see the spark and interest in youth when they truly appreciate livestock. Mr. Hirschfield enjoys coaching his livestock judging team at York FFA, and his team this past year was named reserve champions in the swine division at the National FFA contest. Mr. Hirschfield currently lives in actually York, Nebraska with his wife Jennifer and their three kids, Bryn, Reese, and Kendall. And again, one more time, let's give Mr. Hirschfield another nice round of applause and welcome him to the city of Austin and the state of Texas. Also, while we have just a moment, we'd like to thank this year's buckle sponsors. There is a champion buckle, goes to all of our breed winners. The sponsors of those buckles include Bishop Show Pigs. They will be sponsoring the Hamp and Cross Division winners. We also have other sponsors who will be sponsoring the other breeds, such as Shirley Windsor, Flatiron Ranch Services, and Andrew Snyder of Texas Farm Bureau. Again, if you guys would, let's thank those sponsors of those buckles this year for all they're doing for these kids.
I can definitely tell it's getting colder because all these young exhibitors' hands are freezing. Extremely cold. The top two hogs left out here, I think, definitely form the pair of hogs that have the added dimension and X factor, if you will. Hogs that are so wide and pulled apart about their blades and have great shape down their top and big and full through their hip. To me, the one that wins the class is just a square made hog all the way to the ground, especially when viewed from behind. I see more width and surface between his back legs, and that matches and parallels the width at his pin set, a barrel that you appreciate his rib and his dimension, and truly just has that look that he needs to win the class, the one that combines the most positives in this particular drive. Young lady's barrel that's in second is one I initially thought maybe would land third, fourth, or fifth in the drive. I see him wanting to drop his flank a little bit. I don't see him being quite as wide and true and square at the ground as he is on the top of a skeleton. But saying that, he is adequate enough, and he's one of the flexible barrels in the drive when viewed from the side, one that has a lot of body and dimension. He, too, has a fresh top laid in him. I think that pair fits the top two in this drive. The barrel in third is one that, from a hip and hind leg standpoint, he's as square and true as any. I really appreciate that view when he walks away from you. The problem is when he wants to come at you, we need to square him up from the knee down. We got to give him more body and rib, and he's not carrying as much condition, which should be a positive because he is leaner, but a barrel I just need to re-strengthen his front end ever so slightly to place up any higher. The next barrel coming out is a big body, big rib type of barrel. One that's not quite as level out of his ham or out of his hip, but he too takes a long stride, heavy bone, stout featured. I didn't see quite the muscle shape and expression of those in front of him. That too is a really nice barrel to land fourth. The next barrel coming out is one that I read being the flattest and most trim about its center portion of its body. I need to give him more curvature to that forerib and carry that through the center portion of his rib cage. You get on top of him, he has a big top. He's sound enough on the side. We could square him up on the go as well. The next barrel is one that has a tremendous amount of muscle working in his skeleton. He is extremely heavy muscled. He has inflammation in his back right hock. We just got to clean up his hocks and give him a little more flexibility, but a nice barrel. All the rest of them can come out. Again, a nice set of hogs, definitely hogs that grew and have rib and body. Simply just need to square up their skeletons to place any higher.
All right, let's give all these hen exhibitors a big round of applause. They did an excellent job. Same thing for turkey hens. You want a wide base, and you want to carry that width all the way to the back of the keel bone.
Gird grows from Wall FFA. Clayton Gird grows from Wall FFA. Your class is going in the ring. Make your way over there.
All right, I'm going to keep the four or five birds in the middle of the ring to compete with the next class. The birds on the outside of the ring, just a little too narrow. Didn't have quite the meat that we're looking for today, but good job, everyone. Y'all did an excellent job. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 10 has concluded. Class 11 is at the ring. Here are your results from Class number 10 Hampshires. In 10th place, we had Macy Burns from Thrall FFA. In 9th, from Smithson Valley FFA, Max Maluski. In 8th, from Erath County 4-H, Cassidy Faulkner. In 7th, from Spur FFA, Ryan Wall. In 6th, from Iola FFA, Megan Havey. In 5th, from Mason County 4-H, Eliza Cope. In 4th, from Cottle County 4-H, Krista Deaton. In 3rd, from Navarro County 4-H, Katie Perkins. In 2nd, from Haskell FFA, Emily Fouts. And your class champion from the Wall FFA, Ashley Wilde. Ashley Wilde, our class winner, is also the winner of our Certified Texas Bred Registry. Ashley is again from Wall FFA. The breeder of the pig was Brad Mund of Wall. Ashley, the exhibitor, will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. Brad will receive a Certified Texas Bred cap sponsored by National Pork Board. The breeder's cap may be picked up here at the Texas Pork Producers Association table next to the show ring. Also, for any exhibitors that would like their photos taken, they may do so. We have KC show photos by Katina back here in the back on the way out to the loadout area. Again, that option is available to any showman that would like that. And first and second place exhibitors, it is required that you get that picture made. Excuse me, first, second, and third are required to get their picture made.
Second call for turkey hens. Please come to the show arena. Second call on turkey hens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to remove these competitors from the arena. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation once again.
Another class that has a lot of quality all the way through, and one that makes a little more challenge on sorting just from the fact that we have a lot of positives all the way through 10th, 11th, 12th place, and we have to figure out again which one combines the most of the best. As we evaluate our top two, I think we have an easy class winner. Here's a barrel that's not only one of the stoutest structured, heaviest bone barrels, he's one of the soundest, most flexible barrels on the drive. He's dart level, big topped, big old hip. I think a very nice class winner to go ahead and have with the young lady. The barrel in second's the one that I think it kind of follows the side profile in terms of being extremely level. He offers as much top and shape down that top as any. We could still bust him open at the ground ever so slightly, but here's a bigger outlined hog that truly is level out of his hip, tremendous amount of shape and muscle, and yet has enough stoutness in his feature. I think a nice second place barrel. The barrel coming out in third is one that I simply want to blow apart from his knee to the ground. He's wide-chested but hits the ground kind of narrow when he drives at me. I could read this barrel with a notch more leanness, if you will, for this weight. He wants to get a little more heavy in his condition compared to 1 and 2. A barrel that tracks away nice in terms of being wide and square at his pins to the ground. A barrel we just need to clean up a little bit to go in and beat 1 and 2 from that perspective. Now on the opposite side of the story, here comes a big late maturing barrel out in fourth. One that you have to marvel about his chest floor and his top shape and truly a big hip type of barrel. When we get from the side, he simply gets too flat in that forerib. He's not bold enough about that blade. I like to see more fill through the center portion of his body and into his flank. But outside of that, there's a true lean meat animal that just came out in fourth. The fifth place animal is one that you appreciate again. A lean top shape, tremendous amount of ham. We simply got to level this hog out, balance it up. It could use a notch more cover and more reach out of its hip and hind leg, but a barrel that's carrying a lot of muscle on that skeleton. And the same story goes on. We got some great pieces. We have some that are so heavy boned and some extremely unique in their muscle pattern, but they simply just aren't square enough in their skeleton to place any higher. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Thank you, Bob. All right, class number 11, Hampshires, is concluded. In that class, in 10th place from Chillicothe FFA, Taylor Martinez. In 9th place from Falls City FFA, Anton Duzick. In 8th from Stanford FFA, Tylee Joe Bevel. In 7th from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Callie Silko. In 6th from Robertson County 4-H, Morgan Patronella. In 5th from Fort Bend County 4-H, Cassidy Smith. In 4th from Spearman FFA, Reese Shields. In 3rd from Broughton FFA, Rachel Everhart. In 2nd from Kendall County 4-H, Alexandra Eli. And your class champion in class 11 from the Littlefield FFA, Kenley Kloiber. And your certified Texas bred registry winner from that class was Alexandra Eli from Sisterdale. Pig was bred by Charles Eli and Chris Holman of Sisterdale.
Hello. Okay, they might move that over to the poultry area.
Yeah, some other ones.
Just in a lightweight white jacket.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, I would love to have it here, but it's kind of.
Yeah. Well, after they finish that, they may move it over there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dismiss the exhibitors in this show ring. If y'all would, let's give them another nice round of applause as we have all day. We look forward to seeing them back in the show ring down the road.
Once again, let's give all these turkey hen exhibitors a big round of applause. There's a lot of good hens in here. Once again, we're looking for a wide base. You want to carry it all the way to the back. And the top place bird starts here and works its way down. Congratulations. If you want to pick up your bird. I noticed this bird as soon as it came in the sixth line. I even told him that's a really good hen. And you can see how wide it is. Hardly any taper at all. I mean, this is a really pretty bird. The young lady in reserve champion, once again, she has a really wide base, not quite as wide as this, and then has a little bit more taper when you get onto the back. And the same trends kind of follow on down the line. But good jobs, everyone, and congratulations.
To be completely honest, this is a very challenging class. Again, one that has 12 animals that are good and have a lot of positives and actually hold positives over each other. And trying to figure out a logical lineup is kind of a struggle. And in fact, you're going to see some different pairs. And there's a couple down here at the end that are as powerful as anything in the drive, but they're outside their skeletons on their hind legs. And I kind of went through and thought about hip and hind leg structure, and then we went sorted based on front end structure and then also what combines the most, the best. So sometimes when you get into these evaluations, not that you're single trading, but you have to figure out what is your method and how are you going to go trying to find which one is the most, the best. And when we get down to the top two, I think it's extremely, extremely close, and I'll explain what I'm seeing or at least what I'm thinking, and you guys can and hopefully understand how and why I placed them the way I did. The first place animal is going to go with the young lady in the black shirt. Here's a barrel that I would like to make a notch longer through its front end compared to the barrel in second. A barrel that is, I'd also like to make a notch even more shapely down his top, if you will, even though he has tremendous spread across his top between his blade. I'd also like to make him a nickel stouter bone compared to a couple down the road or down the lineup. But what this barrel does better than anybody else in the drive is he is the widest and squarest and truest from his chest through his knee to the ground. He tracks as even and square from as he goes away from you. He's as big and bold about his forerib and deep about his flank as any in the drive, and he has as much natural spread through his skeleton as any in the drive. And for those reasons, even though I like to lengthen out his hip ever so slightly, make him a nickel heavier boned, I feel like he had the most positives of all the hogs in the drive and separated himself in areas that's been a problem with what I've seen the first couple classes. Therefore, he wins the class. The barrel in second's one that you love is look from the side because he is longer through his front and he's longer through his hip. I think as you study his back leg, he has a notch heavier boned than the class winner on his back leg. But as you study this hog at the ground, he's not as square and true as he hits his front feet. He's not quite as wide from his hock to the ground. And in fact, he wants to hock in just a little bit and place outside his skeleton as he tracks away. I don't see this barrel being as big and full through his forerib or through his flank. But saying that, a great attractive barrel, one tremendous top, or barrel that has tremendous top shape, a really long hip barrel. I think one with lots of quality to land in second. The barrel coming out third is one that when he hit me in the back, I thought, man, we can start a class with this one because here's a great looking pig with a great balance and perfect profile. He's long, he's extended, he's tall at the point of his shoulder, extremely level and great shape. As the drive has continued, this barrel's gotten a little bit tighter and shorter striding. I need to see this guy be more fluid and flexible compared to 1 and 2, but another barrel that has terrific look and a terrific profile for the young man to show. The next barrel coming out is one that has a lot of muscle when viewed from behind. This one is better through its chest and knee than some in the drive. We just simply got to make this hog track square from his hock to the ground. He's one that has great top shape, maybe not even a notch more body and total rib cage for that hog to place any higher. The next young man coming out is one from its back rib, or his last rib back, you like a lot because he's big topped, he's square hipped, he takes a good fluid stride from behind. It's when he comes at you that disappoints me. He needs to be wider through he's wide through his chest, he's got to be wider and square through where his knees are. He simply gives up too much bone up front for me to place any higher. The next couple barrels come out. Actually, we can bring out the next 3 or 4 barrels. Here's a set of barrels that we simply got to square up. This one wants to toe in. He gets a little shorter in his hip. I need to see more muscle and shape. Here's a couple barrels, too. If you look at their front feet, we simply got to stouten up their feature all the way through. We do get a couple barrels coming out next. You love the stoutness and feature they offer. Tremendous amount of muscle and shape. When you get behind them is where we got to correct them from their pin set to the hock to the ground. We simply got to square up their hind end skeleton. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
All right, that concludes number 12 Hampshire's results from this class. In 10th place from Sinton FFA, Hayden Sager. In 9th from Levelland FFA, Jenna Medea. In 8th from Brazos County 4-H, Lane Outlaw. In 7th from Hale County 4-H, Cash Martin. In 6th from Haskell FFA, Casey Easterling. In 5th from Navasota FFA, Joseph Stegent. In 4th from Williamson County 4-H, Eliza Rendon. In 3rd from Palmer County 4-H, Ethan Stansel. In 2nd from Nazareth FFA, Carrie Schulte. And your class champion from Class 12 from the Stanford FFA, Bailey Epley. Next up will be class number 13. But with that, real quickly, from Class 12, your Texas bred winner goes to Cash Martin of the Hale County 4-H. This pig was bred by Corey Raines of Roscoe, Texas.
Certified Texas bred registry. So they pick their own that they like?
As we're preparing for the grand champion turkey here of the 2004 Rodeo Austin show, we would like to thank our judge, Mallory Williams, again. So if y'all give her a big round of applause, please, for her expertise and working through all these turkeys today. We appreciate everything she's done. I'd also like to recognize all the young men and women out here in the white lab coats from the Poultry Science Department. They came in last night. They helped us set up all the pens, or actually they set up all the pens and tables. They really did everything, got everything prepared for the show. We appreciate everything they've done throughout the day and even yesterday. So thank you for y'all time. If y'all please give them a big round of applause. the toms were right there. Oh, they're all hens. Okay. Can we get the top two placing on toms? Do we have the names?
You go, Jason.
Thank you. Presenting our awards today for the Grand Champion Turkey, the Grand Champion Turkey of the show will be Sean Tuggle. He's the 2014 president of the Rodeo Austin for this year. The first place tom was shown by Jordan Hevner. And the second place tom was shown by Thomas Oman. Our first place turkey hen is Clay Glaze. And the second place turkey hen is Kelly Copeland. Good luck to each and every one of y'all.
All right, one going for our overall grand champion, the top two tom and the top tom and the top hen. You don't want to compare on size, obviously, because the tom will win every time. But you want to see which bird performs to its maximum ability for its sex, I guess. And today, for your grand champion, I'm going to go with the tom. Congratulations. Your reserve. Oh, never mind. Your reserve place turkey is your hen. Congratulations, young man. You did a good job. Thank you.
All right, in our swan ring, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena. If you all would, in the stands again, let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation.
Okay, the grand champion of the 2014 Austin Rodeo goes to Jordan Hevner of East Central FFA with the turkey tom. And the reserve grand champion goes to Clay Glaze from Wharton County 4-H. This concludes the turkey show. We will be starting the broiler show very shortly. Okay, we're ready to start the broiler show. First call for broilers. First call for the broilers. The judge today for the 2014 broiler show is Dr. Dale Hyatt. He is the manager of the Texas A&M University Poultry Farm, or Science Research Farm, and he's been doing this for the past 28 years. He is a member of the National FFA Poultry Committee for the past 15 years. He's been superintendent of the Houston Livestock Show Poultry Show for the past 14 years, and he has over 30 years of judging experience at county shows and major shows. Dale's no stranger here to the Star of Texas, or the Austin Rodeo. I know he's judged over here several times before. We appreciate having Dale Hyatt back. Thank you. Coop number 34, please report to the show ring. Coop number 34.
I think we have a really nice trio to evaluate and talk about, and definitely there's some interesting pieces that lie on all three of their skeletons, and the one that just truly commands your attention for being the extremely opened up barrel, the one that has the most spread and most thickness all the way through, is our class winner with the young lady with the black shirt. When this barrel comes at you directly, this is the biggest bladed hog. He is the widest through his chest. He takes the most comfortable stride on both ends of his skeleton from a side perspective. He's got the most curvature and correct pastern set from his blade down to the ground. And when he leaves you, there is a difference here. He does step slightly outside of his skeleton, but he doesn't roll his hocks. And that's a big difference in my perspective when we evaluate hogs. If we can make him perfect, we maybe want to bring where he plants his back legs in maybe a half of an inch, but that's being critical on one that takes an extremely long stride, that's heavy structured, extremely opened up, tremendous rib, body, and look. I think a really, really nice one. The barrel in second, I guess the race for me was between second and third, and the barrel that I landed in second one is one that is not as stout boned, is not as opened up through his chest floor, but is more correct in his angles. If you study the pastern set in particular, this barrel has maintained a more calm disposition out here in the ring, and that's because he's putting pressure on the right points of his foot. If you study the one coming out next, he got a little irritated. It's because the pressure's going on the back of his pads and not on his toes. A barrel that's sound and good in its structure, I just need to stouten up his feature to run with a class champion. The barrel coming out in third, again, if we could stouten or strengthen up his pasterns, especially up front, we'd be able to make this barrel even taller fronted. He'd be able to take a longer, more comfortable stride on both ends. As I was getting down to making my decisions, he was wanting to get a little more quick in his hind step out of his back leg, but a barrel that has a big top blade in him. He's extremely good through his chest floor, a nice barrel to go third. The young lady is barreled fourth is one that you got to appreciate his blade and his bone. This is the biggest footed, heaviest boned creature we have seen so far. Extremely, extremely heavy boned. As we study how his head and neck attach in the top of his blade, it's not attached as higher on top of his blade, and that's why his head's always looking down. I don't see the rib and just natural body and flank in this barrel, but when you talk about bone and stoutness and ruggedness of structure or of skeleton, here's definitely one that you need to look at and learn what bone is. The next barrel coming out is one that when I first seen him in the back, I thought, man, here's a great hog that we could maybe even win a class with because he's long-sided, he's loose-skeletoned, he's got tons of flexibility and good shape on his top. In comparison, we don't have quite the bone and foot. We don't have quite the freshness right behind his blade as his chine's starting to surface, but a barrel that is really good in terms of his basic build and flexibility. The rest of the barrels, again, a really good class. We have a lot of hogs that offer a lot of positives. We just needed some more natural spread and width throughout these, but a nice class to evaluate.
All right, that concludes Class 13 Hampshires. Results go as 10th place from Spearman FFA, Brantley Shields. 9th from Abbott FFA, Trustin Berger. 8th from Belleville FFA, Cole Moses. In 7th from Smithson Valley FFA, Katie Price. In 6th from Haskell FFA, Allie Stewart. In 5th from Pearland FFA, John Morgan. In 4th from Jim Ned FFA, Laney Allen. In 3rd from Petrolia FFA, Bailey Waitman. In 2nd from Robertson County 4-H, Abby White. And your class champion from the Crawford FFA, Kenzie Reich. Your Texas bred winner for Class 13 Hamps is also Kenzie Reich of Crawford. The barrel was raised by Alan Patronella of Littlefield, Texas. While we have just a moment, a couple of quick announcements. Any exhibitors who would like their photos taken may do so at the back with KC Show Photos by Katina. And that is required for all first, second, and third place exhibitors. Be sure to get those pictures taken.
All right, well, let me start out by saying it's a pleasure to be back. Let me give you an idea of what we're doing here. When you came through the SIF this morning, I gave you a very rough score just to break you into categories. Now, as the SIF proceeds, of course, the judge is always calibrating, and we want to make sure there's no clerical errors or what have you. So we always bring you in for a second look. The ones in the center here, I'm going to keep you to compete with the next group. Those of you on the periphery, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this time, but let's give them a round of applause. This is a very competitive show, and they worked hard. It's not an easy contest.
Y'all be sure to put them all on the trailer. Everything goes on the trailer, please. Everything on the trailer. Everything on the trailer, please. Everything goes on the trailer. Put them on the trailer, please. Thank y'all. Y'all be sure to get them on the trailer. Thank y'all. As those exhibitors from round one are being dismissed, just a quick reminder, some of them please stick around. We will need some help on some holders throughout the rest of the poultry show. So please stick around so we can have some holders. And we are going to be ready to announce for round two. If you're listed on there for round two, please line up in the alleyway and be ready to enter into the show arena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to dismiss the group from the arena. If you would, let's recognize them once more with another nice round of applause.
Attention all turkey exhibitors who made this sale. If you made the sale with your turkey, the sale is on March 14th, 2014. It's on a Friday. We understand that is the exact same day as the sale in Houston. So if you did make the sale and have a problem, please come see me at the show office. Thank you very much.
I think another interesting class of sort, as we have a class of several quality hogs that offer different things in their own individual package, and the trick was sort and trying to figure out again which one has the most of the best. And that lands us on the young man's barrel right here. Here is the best designed, best balanced barrel that's as level and fresh topped as any in the drive. He has a big old level hip laid into him, and for me, he could still stride a nickel longer out of his hip and hind leg, but in this class, he's definitely adequate enough in that area. He combines the freshness, the power, the muscle, and the best design, and deserves to win this drive. The barrel in second's one that quite possibly might take a longer stride, especially out of his front leg. A barrel you got to appreciate too, the freshness on his top line. He's fresh and full in his middle. A barrel that has a lot of muscle and product. I didn't see him quite as square coming at me, but a nice top two barrows. The barrel coming out in third is one that if we could clean up his lower flank, he's one to drop in that area. If we could strengthen his pasterns, this barrel would get out and be a notch more athletic, and the young lady wouldn't have to use her whip quite as much because, again, that pressure's going on the back of the pads on all four legs and not on the toes. But here's an ultra-level barrel, really good design, good width. I love the look this barrel has to offer. We just got to clean up his lower one-third and strengthen those pasterns, but a nice barrel for the young lady. The next barrel coming out is one that you appreciate his freshness down his top. You can appreciate how crispy is down his loin edge. One that we got to make stride a nickel more free out of his hind leg. He wants to kind of waddle, if you will, instead of truly flex out of that hip and hog, but a nice hog for the young lady. The next barrel coming out is one that I like to clean up his lower jowl. Obviously, this young man tried to push fat and some product to get him to appear to have more rib, and in fact, that's where it leads him into this hole. Here's a barrel that if we could give more depth of body all the way through, he can move up because his top shape is tremendous. His hip is outstanding. He just needs to have more body and more overall depth. The next barrel is intriguing in terms of shape and muscle and overall product. We just got to jack this guy up at the point of his shoulder and smooth him out in terms of some more fat cover, but a nice set of hogs. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Okay, now that we're working our way up the line here, we're getting more and more competitive. Again, let's give them a round of applause because these youngsters really competed. It's very close. I'm going to hold you in the middle for the compete with the next round. You on the outside. We'll go ahead and release you at this time, and thank you very much for your participation.
Final call, class 15 Hamps. Final call, class 15 Hamps.
All right, here are your results from Class 14 Hampshires. In 10th place, Garrett Keeling from Bastrop County 4-H. In 9th from the Elgin FFA, Garrett Shaw. In 8th from Abilene FFA, Twister Vinson. In 7th from Marion FFA, Garrett Corkin. In 6th from Goose Creek Memorial FFA, Talton Adams. In 5th from Wall FFA, Kai Schwartz. In 4th from Martin County 4-H, Kristen Blocker. In 3rd from Carson County 4-H, Jordan Ponert. In 2nd from Stephenville FFA, Chelsea Vineyard. And your class champion from the Lubbock Cooper FFA, Tucker Brewer. Your certified Texas bred registry class champion is also Tucker Brewer of the Lubbock Cooper FFA. This pig was bred by Craig and Lisa Besant of Abilene, Texas.
Broiler exhibitors, we are ready for call number 3. Broiler exhibitors, call number 3. Please work your way to the arena.
And swine contestants, again, in the arena, we have Class 17 Hamps. Like the announcer make a correction, we have Class 15 Hamps. There are 17 entries in the class.
Class 3, we're ready. Class 3.
And again, the show can be seen and heard on rodeoaustin.com for anyone at home that you have that would like to see and watch the show. Again, we are on class 15. We will have 2 more Hampshire classes after this, and then we'll select champion Hampshire and conclude the day of the swine show.
Class 3 broilers, please report to the show ring. Class 3. Our third call. For y'all exhibitors that just came out of round 2, if y'all would please stick around and help hold some birds for some of your other exhibitors coming in and working their way into the arena, we sure would appreciate it. We still need some holders.
Ladies and
Are we dismissing?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to dismiss the exhibitors from the show ring. If y'all would, let's give them another nice round of applause and show them our appreciation for all they do, and look forward to seeing them back here down the road.
Okay, as we move up the line here, it gets more and more competitive, and this is certainly an extremely competitive show, which is what I expected to see when I got here. This is the fringe group here. This is just a half a point off of my top group, and I knew that I'd have some corrections to do in here. Like I said, we're constantly calibrating and putting this unit together in our head, what we're looking for in good market poultry, and it really doesn't matter what the species is. It's a breast meat competition. It's a breast meat yield competition. In order to have top breast meat yielding birds, you have to be wide in the chest area. You need to carry down a relatively long keel and with little to no taper at the end of that keel, giving you a rectangular type configuration. A lot of you out here in this group have got some excellent birds, but you may only have one or two. We're looking, not that uniformity is a deal breaker here, but the top pens will have 3 massive birds. Some of the birds that I see out here were fed to the max, extremely wide in the chest area, but were really short in keel, giving it more of a heart shape or bicycle shape configuration, and that's really not what we're looking for in a top breast meat yielding bird. So congratulations to all of you to make it this far, because you are certainly the elite in your group. I'm going to keep you in the middle to compete with the next group, and you on the outside will be free to go back to the coop at this time. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. It's really great to get this far.
Are you going to hit these at the gate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Yes. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you straight back.
John, switch you out with Chevy and help Rainey.
Okay, broiler exhibitors, we're ready for the 4th round. If you have birds that have not entered the pen, now's your time to come to the show arena. If you'd please line up in the alleyway. This is the 4th call for all broilers. If some of y'all exhibitors that are putting this left round 3, if y'all please stick around and help out some of these individuals just entering the pen. As some helpers, we sure would appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we need to congratulate these kids, as this is the toughest top 4 we've had in any class today. So let's give all these kids in this class a nice round of applause. And here's what gets to be a little more challenging as we go through. I want to talk about what I'm seeing in all 4 of these hogs, and we'll come back and give the placing. Here's a hog right here that you have to love how this hog brings its shape right out of its blade down its top. You love how big and square he is out of his hip. He's really ultra heavy boned and big legged. His front leg, when you talk about structure, has great angulation from his blade into his knee, and he has the correct set and angle through his pastern. As you study his hind leg, he does a great job in terms of flexibility, reading it from the side. You get right behind him. He wants to turn his toes in as he travels away from you, but that's a really square made barrow, and his his front 2/3 it has a ton of muscle and a ton of product. The young man's barrel here is one that, if I'm guessing, is carrying probably the most condition of all 4 of these out here. He's a barrel that you start to question, is he too soft in those front pasterns? But even saying that, he is monster bone. He's extremely flexible, and he actually has the most athletic back leg of any in this drive. He gets shorter about his hip, and I start to question those things, but really a really ultra flexible, heavy bone kind of an animal. You study the barrel right here, and this one that gets a little bit more challenging to start to evaluate too, because from his blade into his knee, he's the straightest of all 4 out here, and yet you get behind him and he wants to slowly, slightly curve his hock, especially on his right hock. But yet he offers a big fresh top. He's level out of his hip. He has a ton of product working down the lower portion of his ham. And then we have a barrel right here that's the one that maybe looks a little different than the rest out here. And again, heavy bone, really big and tall at the point of his shoulder. Here's the leanest of all 4 out here, and yet offers a ton of shape working down his top and through its hip. But as you start to study him down on the bottom half of his skeleton, here's one that still needs to have a notch more body and depth in comparison to the other 3. I think definitely adequate to be out here in the top 4. But where we start to study in terms of skeletal, he's almost too straight on his back pastern, especially his far right, in comparison to some of the other ones out here. So we have one that's more up on his toes. We have one that's down on his toes. We have one that gets straighter through his shoulder. And we get one that wants to toe in ever so slightly back behind. But yet all 4 stout-featured, stout-boned, flexible enough and sound enough, so it gets really, really tough in terms of trying to put together a total and final placement. As you study these hogs, and the one that I think that offers the most and the fewest problems is the young lady right here, you're going to get first in a very tough class and a very challenging class to line up. Congratulations. And then as we go through and study, and we have more issues with soft pasterns than hogs that are up on their toes, I'm going to go ahead and let your muscle and leanness play the advantage in this class and finish second in a very, very tough class. Thirds with the ultra flexible, extremely sound rascal, that's heavy bone. And fourth comes with one that we just got to give more angulation from its blade down to its knee. But really an outstanding class. Let's give all 4 of those kids a big round of applause. When the 5th place animal comes out, here's another one that's as wide and stout and sound as any in the drive. Extremely good in terms of his body and his top shape. He gets a lot smaller about his foot size and his feature in comparison to the 4 rascals we had out here, but really a big-bodied, wide guy. He needs to be longer hipped. He needs to stride longer from his hind leg and also be bigger footed. The rest of these hogs can all come out, again, a high-quality class from start to finish. Let's give all these kids one more round of applause.
We're looking for some volunteer holders in the broiler show. Any volunteers, please come to the front gate in the alleyway. We sure could use you. Any extra holders, we sure could use you into the show arena, please.
All right, now with results from class number 15 Hampshires. In 10th place from Plainview FFA, Kyle Mahagan. In 9th place from Marble Falls FFA, Jared Reed. In 8th, from Bullard FFA, Thomas Brooks. In 7th, from West Texas FFA, Danielle Heater. In 6th, from Meadow FFA, Bryden Smith. In 5th place, from Rotan FFA, Cole Van Poppel. In 4th, from Waller FFA, Tyler Nelson. In 3rd, from Jones County 4-H, Colby Stevenson. In 2nd, from Dallam County 4-H, Madeline Besner. And your class champion out of Class 15 Hampshires from the Lubbock Cooper FFA, Haley Brewer. And your certified Texas bred registry winner from Class 15, Miss Madeline Besner from Dalhart, Texas. Barrow bred by Kyle Stevens of Amarillo, Texas. Again, we'd like to thank our show sponsors today. For the swine show, we have Ram Rodeo, which is a sponsor of all shows here at the Star of Texas. We have HEB, we have Mueller Construction, and we have the Grass Patch. Also, we'd like to give a special thanks to our buckle sponsors for this year, with a champion buckle going to all of our breed winners. That includes Bishop Show Pigs, sponsors of our Champion Hamp and Champion Cross buckles. And also it includes Shirley Windsor, Flatiron Ranch Services, and Andrew Snyder of Texas Farm Bureau, who have sponsored the buckles for our Duroc, dark and light OPBs, and cross and York, light OPBs and York division. So thank you to those folks as well as our sponsors.
Yeah. I guess that's what it was. I mean, these can be so fat. They literally could not move. So this is broilers here.
These are broilers here. These are a lot younger birds and probably more practical to the industry.
Yeah.
Those old roasters, you know, they, like you say, they're big and fat, and if you try to hold them upside down like they're doing, you know, they keep croaking all the time.
Yeah.
There's lots of problems there.
Yeah.
How are you?
Got a bunch of chickens over here.
We do.
A bunch of birds.
Yeah.
Yard birds. I was just telling him that last time I was over here, they had the chickens were so fat they couldn't walk. They couldn't even stand on their feet. They couldn't move. But he said that was probably the roast.
Before your time, I believe.
Before my time, yep. How's your day?
Pretty good. Kind of flying by all this afternoon.
Yeah.
Whatever. As far as
about 20 minutes away.
Sounds good. He's here.
Excellent. I'm here.
Jason Lee.
Jason, Hap Bubba.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Ready for the rodeo?
Yeah, I guess so. Who is it tonight?
Christian.
Christian. We got a whole boat full of them. We got all of those buddies.
Good.
And their husbands. Which are good. They're all friends of mine. You know, I'm not the one to be talking to about these entertainers.
Me too.
Chris Young could walk in there and hit me with a stick. I wouldn't have a clue who he was.
I wouldn't either.
I don't even know who's performing. I had to look it up last night.
Bailey, class 17, hang up, please.
He's going to line us up 18.
Yeah, 18.
He's going to have Ryan here.
I can't hear you.
Hey, this guy here isn't something I wore his A&M jacket. All the A&M judges. That's pretty smart.
Yep. Hard for me, that's what we decided on.
Yeah.
We ain't going to room, we got to work with them. We're going to be room one day.
Right now,
Yes, it's going on too. I think they're fixing to wrap up by the same time we are, but they're just doing great champions today. They got some more showing to do tomorrow.
I got it.
Tomorrow they'll be looking for a rep out here, I imagine. Keeping up with it for a minute.
I can do that.
I sure would hate to have something tinkle across that thing.
I think a really nice class of crossbreds to evaluate, and definitely these top 2 or 3 I think are extremely intriguing. The barrel that we're going to start with is one, if you were to draw or create a clay model of a pig, and you talk about perfectly being square from the top of the blade all the way through the knee to the ground, you talk about being square through the chest and maintaining that squareness all the way to the ground, this would be a picture to take and try to mold or create that picture. When the blades to their knee to the pasterns is laid in correctly, it allows that power of the muscle to pop off the top of their blade. And when they have a big cage or rib cage laid in, it gives the foundation for a great big top. The front 2/3 of this hog, to me, are extremely, extremely impressive. His toes all point forward. His angles read true. His width is extremely square all the way through. You know, the Barrow in second might hold a slight advantage. He may carry more ham to the lower portion of his hock, but a Barrow that I think is not as good in terms of the front end as our class winner. I think extremely, extremely impressive class winner. The Barrow that lands in second, extremely fresh and big-topped and has a huge square hip laid in him. A Barrow, as he comes and goes, I don't see him quite as square and true in his skeleton as the class winner, but that's being critical on a Barrow that I also deem as an extremely good one. 2 extremely good individuals to go 1 and 2. The Barrow coming out in third is one that I don't read as being quite as tall at the point of his shoulder. I don't read his width from his knee down quite as good as the 1 and 2. A Barrow I need to clean up in his lower flank. But again, here's one with a big top and a big hip. He takes a long stride from behind. I think a really nice hog as well to finish third. The Barrow out in fourth is one that just gets outpowered and outhorsed in terms of muscle and just total pounds and stoutness of feature. Another really good Barrow that would be ultra competitive in any class we've had today because he is tall fronted and big top. We just don't have the bone and stoutness that we found in front of him. The Barrow coming out in fifth is one you have to appreciate for his shape and his freshness. I read him being straighter from his blade through his knee. I didn't read him as being quite as stout featured as those placed in front of him. But again, this is a high quality type Barrow to finish where he is. And that's the same story with the Barrows coming out now. Extremely high quality class from top to bottom.
All right, that concludes Class 16 Hampshires, our next to last class in this breed division and next to last class on the day. Real quickly, results from Class 16 in 10th place from Klondike FFA, Riley Roberts. In 9th from Hartley FFA, Derek Wick. In 8th from Gillespie County 4-H, Maddie Lastavica. Sorry, Maddie. In 7th, from Fredericksburg FFA, Wyatt Geistwhite. In 6th, from Coahoma FFA, Kelsey Allen. In 5th, from Washington County 4-H, Rodney Weiss. In 4th, from Sweetwater FFA, Blake Cumby. In 3rd, from Sealy FFA, Andrew Fleming. In 2nd, from Waller FFA, Madison Miller. And your class champion from the Haskell FFA, Lucy Carmichael. Your Texas bred winner from Class 16 Hampshires, Madison Miller of Waller FFA, pig bred by Jimmy Hayes of Port Lavaca. Being judged at this time is Class 17 Hampshires, our final class of the day. This class has 18 entries. At the conclusion of this class, we will go through our 8 first place winners and our 8 second place winners to select our breed and reserve breed champion Hampshires. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors from the arena one last time today. Let's give them a nice round of applause and show them our appreciation once again.
So, hey, you can talk, and then whenever you get ready to announce Brandon, we're going to have the fancy people come over here.
Okay, I'm going to have them hold up some birds and show some differences right quick. Okay. This is tough. This is very, very, very close. You probably could tell by the way I was working on it. Would y'all pick up your birds right across here? I want to make a few points. It's very close to that rectangle we're looking for. Wide, carries pretty well, not a lot of taper. Very similar birds. Come over here. Very good, very similar. Again, they're not quite as wide. Over here where we did some struggling here and there, we're just a little short on these two right here and really short on this one here. Fed to the max, and I mean muscled out beautifully. Just that's probably more genetics than anything, just a little bit short. Over here, again, we got not quite the dimension and just a little short on this bird here. This very, very, very tight show. Let me get the superintendent here and see if y'all can back up into the line. Just want to make a few points. Okay, but if you haven't figured it out by now, it's my top pin and it goes this way and around. Congratulations.
Presenting the grand champion banner here is Hap Fallbacker. He is the president-elect of the Austin Rodeo, and we sure appreciate him coming out and doing that.
Good job, guys.
Reserve right there. Who's the grand champion? Who's that?
This is reserve pin right here.
Madison Edschler has the grand champion pen of broilers. And where are you from? Hallettsville, Texas, right here. Congratulations. Reserve? Reserve? Who? Wesley Tullis, also from Hallettsville, is a reserve grand champion. We appreciate all the broiler exhibitors. If y'all just stay in place, we'll come through and we'll get all your placing numbers, and we'll inform you about the sale, and then we'll release you back to the trailer for the birds where they get reserved. All top 15, y'all need to stay around for pictures, please.
Hey, can we swap them to the middle so they can put them on the screen?
Who's third place? Who's third place? Third place? What's your name? From where? Foster. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Rocky Tillman from Foster FFA was the third place pen of birds. We want to thank Dr. Dale Hyatt for doing an excellent job on our broiler show today. We appreciate his time out of his busy schedule. come over here. They're going to get a picture of you and get you on the screen over here. Dale, just step out in the middle of the arena. Once again, if you focus on the big screen up there, our judge, Dr. Dale Hyatt, did an excellent job again, and we sure appreciate him coming and spending the afternoon with us, actually all day with us. He's gone through all these birds at least twice, and we saw how he worked the top end. He made sure he got his top end exactly the way he wanted it. So we appreciate everything Dale did, and he's really great with the kids. Okay, final placings for the broilers. Madison Etzer, I believe, from Hallettsville. Lucky H, 4H, was our grand champion. Reserve grand went to Wesley Toulis of Hallettsville FFA. Third place was Rocky Tillman of Foster FFA. Fourth place was Haley Birch of Fayette County 4H. Fifth place was Jaden Johnson of Bracy Island 4H. Kirsten Pearson, Wilson County 4H, was sixth. Seventh was Samantha Calmas of Boiling County. Brandy Wilson was eighth place. Logan Stokey of Fayetteville FFA was ninth. 10th went to Bailey Meyer of Waller Junior FFA. Alexander Tullis of Hallettsville was 11th. The 12th place was Dylan McDaniel of Polk County 4H. Robert Byer of Bastrop County was 13th. 14th was Austin Clay of O'Connor FFA. And Jacob Clay was 15th of Helotes 4H out of Bear County. Congratulations to all the broiler exhibitors. Once again, thank you for all the Texas A&M Poultry Science Department from coming down and helping, along with Dr. Archer and Dr. Jason Lee. We sure appreciate all the help that they provided for the last 2 days. Thank you all very much.
I think we have an exceptional class again because we have differences and we have quality, but yet, like I said, there's differences that allow you to sort and to try and think and place and truly kind of figure out which one combines the most, the best. Let's go ahead and talk about these two first, and then we'll come back and give our placing. The young girls, Barrow's one that of the two definitely is a stouter featured Barrow. He's heavier boned. He's a notch, and he's not stouter through his skull, but he's just bigger footed and bigger about his forearm. A Barrow that you get right over top of him. He does have a big square top laid into him. As you study him out of his hip, he's not quite as level out of his hip. You study him from his chest floor through his knee to the ground. He does want to come in as he hits his feet on the ground, wide-chested, but his feet, he gets a notch more narrow or funneled, if you will, where his front feet hit the ground. When he leaves you, he's good in terms of his overall flexibility, maybe not quite as truly square and wide as the other Barrow, but again, here's a stout, heavy bone type Barrow that has tons of muscle and product. The young man's Barrow is one that looks extremely fresh. In fact, when you watch him and all the other pigs in the ring, he almost glows because he's so fresh. And that kind of tells you that, number one, the young man's done a great job in terms of skin and hair and getting ready to show. But number two, it means that this hog's surfacing at the right weight. Everything, he's on his way up, not his way down. And what that means is he's not been held, or maybe he's been managed so he peaks at the perfect time in the show. Perfectly square. You look at the top of his blade from through his blade down to the ground. I've said that multiple times today, but that's been a big sorting factor is we need hogs that are square. If we were to put our feet together and bow our legs and stand all day, we're going to break down and we're going to hurt at our knees. If we stand extremely wide all day, we're going to hurt because we can't distribute our weight evenly down our skeleton. Here's a Barrow that's extremely square from his blade all the way to his front toes, and he parallels that squareness as he leaves us. Is he as heavy muscled? I don't know. I think they have about the same amount of top shape. The Barrow might be a little bit fuller through his ham. He's definitely, the other Barrow's definitely stouter boned, but this Barrow the Barrow right here is definitely stout through his skull and wide and truly, truly fresh. So I guess the only sorting factor in my mind is the Barrow right here stout enough bone to win the class? But when you truly think about freshness and squareness of skeleton, he definitely has enough bone for me today. We're going to start the class with the young man right here, followed by an extremely good Barrow in second. Truly different Barrows, but I think both extremely high quality. The young one, we're down here. Where's third? Yeah, first is right here, second. The young lady's third Barrow is one that when we first came out, I thought we could start the class with him because here's another heavy structure type Barrow that I felt was leveler hipped than the Barrow we put in second. But as we study him walking, he wants to plant outside of a skeleton. We just truly got to free him up in comparison to 1 and 2 to place him and let him get first or second in this drive. The young man's barrel here is one that I also thought could pair up with our class winner because he's the second freshest top, freshest appearing barrel on this drive. Tons of muscle, tons of product. He really got stiff and tight out of his shoulder as the drive continued. He definitely is relaxed now. We just got to make him a notch freer moving when we were making our final decisions. The next barrel coming out for the young man, if we could strengthen his pasterns or make him a notch taller at the point of his shoulder, I think we have a barrel that can move up because he has a highly functional hip and hind leg, a lot of muscle. We just got to recorrect that front end structure. The rest of the barrels can come out really a high quality type of drive, tons of quality top to bottom. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hirschfield. Results real quickly from Class 17. In 10th place from Sinton FFA, Jillian Williams. In 9th from Gladewater FFA, Emma Wallace. In 8th from Gillespie County 4-H, Taylor DeLong. In 7th from Lubbock County 4-H, Jaden Antu. In 6th from Sealy FFA, Clayton Schramm. In 5th from Randall County 4-H, Blaine Thompson. In 4th from Bullard FFA, Zachary May. In 3rd from George West FFA, Samantha Valdez. In 2nd from McNeil FFA, Emily Allen. And your class champion from the Shallow Water FFA, Cameron Knight.
Class 15 or 16, we need to get the token from that young lady who won first.
What do we got wrong? Who's first, who's second? Yeah.
Class 13, Michael.
All right, got it. I got it. Great.
All right.
13, this should be Abby.
Real quickly, as we get our final set for Champion Hampshire, our certified Texas bred registry winner from Class 17 was Cameron Knight of the Shallow Water FFA. Barrow raised by Tad and Scott Knight of Shallow Water.
Go back, let's check class 13. Make sure we got it right. I don't have them down there yet.
You're welcome. That's my book.
Sorry. I'm like, where do we have
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our Champion Hampshire drive this evening. We had 8 classes of Hampshires, and coming out at class number 10, Ashley Wilde from the Wall FFA. Coming out of class 11, Kenley Kloiber from the Littlefield FFA. In class 12, we have Bailey Epley from Stamford FFA. From class 13, Kenzie Reich from Crawford FFA. Class 14, Tucker Brewer from Lubbock Cooper FFA. From class 15, Haley Brewer from the Lubbock Cooper FFA. Class 16, Lucy Carmichael, Haskell FFA. And out of Class 18 from the Shallow Water FFA, Cameron Knight. Let's give all of our first place Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause. On standby, our second place winners include Emily Fouts, Alexandra Eli, Carrie Schulte, Abby White, Chelsea Vineyard, Madeline Besner, Madison Miller, and Emily Allen. Also, as our judge, Mr. Jason Hirschfields, evaluates his class, we'd like to give him a special thanks for his job today and look forward to his working with the youth tomorrow. Done a great job in sorting our swine. Been even better in working with the youth and telling these exhibitors the things he saw. Worked on teaching these kids some points that he would like to make, and just been a great first day. If y'all could, let's thank Mr. Hirschfield for day one here at the Star of Texas in Austin.
We've talked about all these hogs in class, and really I'm really pleased with the top 3 or 4 that surfaced in each class. And by looking across the ring, we definitely have hogs that can move and function out of their hind leg. We have hogs that are as good through their front end structures we found in each class, and yet these hogs have good balance and good design and a great look from ringside. I'm really pleased with the quality that we have out here in the ring. There is one, though, that just struck me extremely hard as one that's so opened up and thick through its blade and yet so square on its toes and the right angle through its toes and yet comes up and has such an ultra cool look. It's no surprise. The young lady right here has our champion Hampshire.
All right, and your breed champion Hampshire out of Class 16, Lucy Carmichael from the Haskell FFA. Coming in with second place bearer from 16, Madison Miller of the Waller FFA. Real quickly, another special announcement. If we have any exhibitor who would like to sing our national anthem in the morning, please come let us know down here at the announcer stand or at the show office. We would love to hear your voice tomorrow morning.
Attention swine exhibitors, if you're wanting extra shavings for the night, please come get them now. The show office will only be open for 30 more minutes. The show office is only open for 30 more minutes.
Because they'll be coming 40 minutes after.
I'll come back.
Three.
A really close decision to choose your reserve champion crossbred. I think we have 3 or 4 definitely in consideration. The Barrow right here, his front 2/3 are so extremely good. He maybe plants a little bit outside of a skeleton, but that's a power hog that we truly have to consider. The last class winner, here's a Barrow. I'll be the first one to admit it's not as heavy structured as some out here, but he's really square made and really correct. Maybe not quite as powerful in terms of bone and just overall muscle, but he's square and he's flexible and he's correct. And the second place Barrow is one that I think definitely needs to be discussed. Here's a Barrow that's heavy boned and opened up, tremendous top shape, a big old hip. He sometimes wants to get just a nickel straight out of his back right, but that's being critical on the Barrow that's driven all day long. I think the easiest thing to do is to keep those two together. Congratulations, you have the reserve champion. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Make sure that's Madison Miller. Go ask her her name and make sure she's Madison Miller.
Madison? Right, Madison Miller?
All right, your reserve champion Hampshire, Miss Madison Miller from the Waller FFA. That concludes day 1 of the Star of Texas Barrows Show. Just a reminder, we will start tomorrow morning with our Yorks at 9 a.m. We look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks to everyone for the day, our judge, Mr. Hirschfield, all of our Swine Committee, our other show officials, as well as our West Texas A&M University students.
Will allow me to have a tangible difference on our environment. Instead of being someone with a picket sign going around talking about, what the companies are doing wrong, I wanted to actually do something about it.
I want to be the one to build it. I want to be the one to be sitting at the tracks watching my product go down the strip. These are my tools. I mean, it's what an automotive engineer is.
I think my education out here at TSTC will allow me to have a tangible difference on our environment. Instead of being someone with a picket sign going around talking about, what the companies are doing wrong, I wanted to actually do something about it.
I want to be the one to build it. I want to be the one to be sitting at the tracks watching my product go down the strip. These are my tools. I mean, it's what an automotive engineer is.
I think my education out here at TSTC will allow me to have a tangible difference on our environment. Instead of being someone with a picket sign going around talking about, what the companies are doing wrong, I wanted to actually do something about it.
I want to be the one to build it. I want to be the one to be sitting at the tracks watching my product go down the strip. These are my tools. I mean, it's what an automotive engineer is.